Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. This is Dan Fouts coming to you live with Chris McCauley. How's it going tonight, Chris?
I am doing fantastic. It is what you have all been waiting for. We have reached the finale of the Summer Poker Open and its conclusion with our main event $1 million guaranteed final table. Let's go, Dan.
That is right. From a field of 767 players, we're down to the final 9, and they're all eyeing that clock because on top the number says $182,670. Pretty good takeaway for just a couple of days' work. Here's a look at your players and chip counts. Monahan and Moreno coming in very close up on top of the board there, 9.5 and 9.37 million respectively. Down at the bottom are Turov and Gillis looking to make something happen quickly here with less than 10 big blinds each. And there are your payouts. 9th place, 18,200. Everybody guaranteed that, but everybody wants to hit that top number, $182,670.
Yeah, this is going to be a very medium to top heavy payout structure. Obviously, no payout here is poor, but all of them are shooting for the top spot. Take a look at our chips here. We've got the greens worth 25K, the blue and white chips worth 100K, the blue plaques worth 500K, and the orange plaques worth $1 million in chips each. You may notice a different looking plaque next to all these players. We are playing with time extensions available. So to go over the rules for that real quick before we get into our action, every action and decision that is on you pre-flop, you have 20 seconds to act. If you need more time than that, you need to use a time extension plaque. Post-flop, the time increases to 30 seconds, and all time extension plaques are worth 30 seconds each at all times during the tournament. We like this mostly because it speeds up the action, prevents excessive tanking. That's usually not a problem as much on final tables. People are more quick to act at this stage of the tournament because there is no such thing as a pay jump on a different table. You're on the pay jump table at this point. But still, it's nice to implement. I think it made things move much more quickly than it normally would have on day one, so big fan of this for these main events.
I also wanted to quickly correct something here. I'm noticing that there's a typo here. Turov is not the shortest stack at the table. He's actually the third largest stack. We're missing a zero there. He's got 6.44 million in chips. I'm sure that will get corrected soon. Our two short stacks are this guy right here in the small blind. That is Han Feng with 2.2 million, and the shorter stack, the shortest stack, is Ted Gillis in the 2 seat with 1.1 million. So they're going to be the ones to watch out for early on here. See if they can get a quick double, or if they are going to end up in the lower spots here. This one looks like under the gun open, Queen 10 from Vasquez, and Monahan defending with Ace 9. Neither player connects. Ace high still good here for the big blind. And Monahan, one of the biggest stacks, the biggest stack starting the final table here.
4.4. You say you want to fight? No.
Talked to Monahan before the tournament started. He said he wanted to give a shout out to his niece, Lily Pace, who may or may not be watching right now. So hi, Lily. And good luck to Mr. Monahan. Vasquez applying the pressure, though.
Yeah, Mr. Monahan, perhaps luck not needed coming into this with the chip lead. He has definitely played well throughout the entire tournament. I never got the chance to talk to him or sit with him during the day, but he is certainly playing well. Vasquez, though, is going to catch a queen on the turn, which is going to be great news for him as he now has a commanding lead in this hand. Can always be a little nervy playing a pot against the chip leader, especially with the pressure of these shorter stacks sitting nearby, but gonna feel good about turning top pair here, and we'll check back for showdown value. That big dynamic of wanting to avoid clashes with the chip leader in play right now. 8-8 deuce queen king is the full run out. Pretty favorable one for an under the gun opener. Monahan would be the more likely of the two players to have an 8, but other than that, Vasquez sitting pretty with his queen 10. Quickly goes check, check, and Vasquez will take down the first pot of the final table.
Pot A always feels good to get the first one for sure. This is obviously not anything new for Vasquez here. He actually has 5 reported tournament wins, so plenty of final table experience for him. Most of those in Mexico. He's from Mexico City, but he's no stranger to this final table either. We've seen him on our stream a couple of times already. Very strong tournament player. If you're joining us live in chat, let us know who you're sweating here, who you're rooting for. Who do you think's going to win this big thing? Or just pop in and say hi. Got Isaiah Martin checking in from Scotland. Nice. Where are you guys checking in from out there? Internet land.
Gurov with very openable hand.
One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Looks like Turov did elect to make the fold with the ace-9 suited under the gun. And do not let your eyes deceive you. As we mentioned before, Turov with 6.44 million, certainly a stack that can open there, but with 2 short stacks, I don't think he's going to want to necessarily call off a 10 big blind shove with just ace-9. So he is making his decision based off of that. Got to consider the other stacks in play, especially in these very important tournament FTs.
Yeah, you don't want to get yourself into a situation where you're raising to 2 big blinds or 2.5 big blinds and then have to give that to the guy who only has 10. This one will fold all the way through to the blinds here, and Monahan looking down at Jack 10 definitely has a raisable hand in a blind versus blind situation, and he does lift it up to 310.
Good to see Melissa Monahan in the chat, likely rooting on Mr. Monahan himself. Good luck to him. He's certainly got a very nice shot to make a big score here with most of these chips in front of him.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of love in the chat so far. Ridgeway Webb also cheering him on.
It was pretty funny. I didn't know exactly who was on the final table. I was just actually following along on some of the action on Poker Atlas. So when I saw a Mike M who was going to be on the final table, I was I was like, is Mike Matisow on our final table? Really? That's crazy. But no Mike, just Mickey Monahan over here. Certainly making a great run, and he's got just as many chips as Mr. Matisow would as well. He's got most of them, about 25% of the chips in play already in Mickey's stack.
Indeed. Ace Queen for Asa Gary. Gonna open it up here. 240,000. One right behind him, Pkwy with kings.
ICM pressure or not, this is a situation where you will be raising almost every time. And Pkwy does just that. Also, apologies, it's Mikey Monahan, I think is his nickname. Mikey is what he usually goes by. Seeing this action in front of you, it's going to take a miracle for anyone else to enter this pot.
Yeah, large raise from Pkwy, 775,000, the new number.
And Isegide is one of these middling stacks here. isn't really incentivized to go for massive clashes when he can at all avoid it. Certainly fine to make the call with the ace-queen. A 4-bet shove would be a disaster most of the time, given what is to play for and the 2 shorter stacks nearby. So he will just make the call, but we've got a almost 2 million chip pot on hand number 3. Safe looking board here for the kings. Very unlikely you'll be up against anything strong except for maybe a set of jacks at this point, but can't be afraid of monsters under the bed, especially with the second best overpair possible. Pkwy likely to continue for at least 20% pot, I would say.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Easy navigates this with 2 big overcards out of position. He's definitely no stranger to these final tables either. He's got 9 reported wins and over 2 million on Hinman Mob, so probably knows much better than I do how to handle this. Pkwy is going to continue here for 900,000, and he gets out of the way. I did talk to him before. He did try to explain how to pronounce his name. I know I'm going to brutally slaughter it all day long, but he did say you can just call him E.
Just calling him E for Vlad?
No, E.
Oh,
Easy
E.
there in the 3 seat. Vlad is, yeah, we can call him V. No.
Yeah, Isagade is a very accomplished tournament player. I've actually gotten the privilege of playing with him a couple of times. His tournament run started off with a nice double, actually through one of the other tournament final tablists here as well. He got involved in a massive pot against Fang, ace-queen versus ace-king, queen on the flop for Isagade's tournament life, was able to double up and has since then turned this into a very promising run indeed, sitting with one of our middling stacks on the final table. And look at this, it's going to be go time for our shorty. He has just over 1 million in his stack, and he's got 2 tanks. Even though he's under the gun, this is a hand plenty strong enough to go with.
Yeah, with less than 10 big blinds and 2 10s in your hand, aren't too many options here, especially when he's going to have to put 2 big blinds in the very next hand.
And Gillis does go with all of it as the action. No small raise here, and we have a big decision now for Mr. Martinez. Wakes up with ace-queen.
Martinez right in the middle of the pack chip stack wise with 4.4 million. This would be about a quarter of his chips. Obviously, Gillis' range is going to be pretty wide with less than 10 bigs and facing the big blind the very next hand.
Would not have minded a min raise from Gillis other than the shove, but I think this works just fine, and Martinez is going to make the call. So already on our tournament final table, there will at least be a player all in and at risk.
It does quickly fold all the way around here to the small blind. I think if Martinez hadn't called, Turov would have a decision here, but with King Jack and a call already, he can probably just get out of the way. And he does.
Moreno with a non-decision makes the fold, and Martinez is going to look to eliminate Gillis here. Gillis looking to hold for his tournament life. 10's a slight favorite going to the flop.
And so far, so good for the 10s. Gillis in great shape now to double up, a 76% favorite against the 2 overcards. Now a double board pair. Some chop opportunities for Martinez or an ace or a queen to eliminate. And it is a queen, and unfortunately for Gillis,
Doesn't even know he needs to win.
just a couple of hands in, he is going to be eliminated with pocket 10s. But he will be taking home $18,200 for his efforts, and he did get the money in good. That's all you can do. Congratulations to Ted Gillis. Nice run. Unfortunate run out on the river there for you.
Ted Gillis will be walking home with $18,200 for his score. Pay jumps every single bust out at the final table, as you will often see. Pay jumps now getting pretty significant. $5,000 pay jump to 8th, and it's only going to grow from there. 6, 7, and then $10,000 jumps for the next few places. So ICM pressure is going to start growing pretty heavily for these middling stacks here, while players like Fang at this point are going to try and find ideal spots to get a double up. He's got the least amount of pressure on him at this point with the shortest chip stack and is just looking to find a way to double. Love all the support we're seeing in chat. We continue to see a huge amount of support for Mikey Monahan. Looks like Lily is also saying, let's go to Uncle Mike. Very cool to see that. Danny's getting some support in the chat. Jesus getting some support in the chat. Lots of people here to root on some of their favorites for the final table. Keep them coming. Make sure to like this stream. We appreciate having you guys here in chat to support us and your favorite players.
This one folds around to the button, and Turov will open it here to 250,000 with Jack 10. And once again, that stack is incorrect here. Turov with just around 6 million in chips right now. Moreno in the small blind finds Big Slick suited. I think we can expect a 3-bet out of that hand. And he goes big, 1.125 million. Oh, okay, that was a misclick as well. 3 bets to 344,000. That makes a little bit more sense. Well, that also has to be a typo because there are no 1,000 chips in play. Oh, it's because of Turov's stack being incorrect.
Yeah, it's because of Turov's stack. Moreno actually made it 1,125,000 to go. Makes sense out of position. Also applies a lot of pressure to Turov's stack with about 644,000 in play prior to that hand.
6 million. Yeah, 6.4
million. 6.4 million.
Probably down to about 6.1 million would be my guess here.
And GoFins Poker asking in the chat, who's the LSU hat guy? LSU hat guy is our chip leader. That's Mikey Monahan. He has a couple of nice tournament results for himself. I believe he has some good numbers posted up on Hendon Mob, has a couple of tournament wins. He is looking to consolidate that chip lead and take home the title. This would certainly be one of his biggest scores if he is able to catch it.
Go Fins in the chat is one of our stream regulars and a huge LSU fan. No surprise that he was asking about that. Monahan is from Mississippi, but obviously an LSU fan. Vasquez opening this one with ace-10 suited in the hijack. Makes it 240,000 to go. And Moreno with another nice looking hand here on the button. King-9, but facing a raise. He's going to get out of the way.
Pkwy with a defendable combo if he wants to do so. Jack-3 of clubs.
And he will see the flop.
We do see an ace-high board here for Vasquez. Pkwy checking out of position. Vasquez likely to continue 100% of the time, and that will probably end proceedings.
Does come with a bet. Looks like around 200,000. 190 is the bet. And Vlad will get out of the way. Troy Zimmerman in the chat saying he wishes you were out there on the felt. Chris made a deep run into this tournament as well. What was it, 44th place, 45th place?
I did, yeah, 44th. It was a
Nice
good
run.
It was a good run. Yeah, I took the maximum pain route and fired the morning turbo bullet. So I was playing for quite some time. It was a long stretch of poker play, but I'm happy with the run. I got a chance to play with a bunch of these crushers during the main event, so got some time to see what they were up to, see if they were pulling any moves. All these players, obviously, very skilled, very well accomplished to have made it this far. You, of course, have to run good to make deep runs in a tournament, but you can't do it if you're not any good at the game, and luckily we've got plenty of solid crushers out here tonight.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at some of these player profiles before the stream here. We got plenty of bracelets, rings, trophies, millions and millions of dollars of winnings among these players here. It's pretty crazy when we get to these main event final tables. It really does show you that poker is a game of skill. It's the same people who show up again and again.
And it's not just the people with the deepest pockets, it's the people with the wherewithal to actually make these runs, make correct decisions to get this far. You saw him getting a shout out from John Moreno, his father. It's Andrew Moreno, who is our second in chips on this final table. Arguably the most decorated player here by a long shot. He's got, I believe, just about 8 million in live earnings on Hendon Mob, multiple trophies, including a 7-figure score on there as well. So Mr. Moreno is a titan of the tournament poker scene. We're glad to have him here on our final table.
Yeah, he's had single cashes that are as big as some of these players' entire Hendon Mob accounts. So
Exactly, yeah.
he has a $1.5 million cash. He's definitely a crusher.
Yeah, Vasquez has been very active so far into the final table, but card distribution has been favorable to that end at this point. Currently sitting on an ace-high board, favorable for his opening range.
Yeah, I was just going to say this will be interesting because he's probably not loving that ace out there, but he's supposed to have the ace. He does lead right out, and now Moreno is going to have a tough decision here with an underpair.
Moreno's flatting ranges here, they don't really include a lot of strong suited ace-X like ace-king and ace-queen suited. Even hands like ace-jack may come in for the adventurous 3-bet every so often, so he will make the call here, holding 2-pair with 4s and 6s, but continued aggression from Vasquez will likely get Moreno to shut down.
It'll be interesting to see if Vasquez fires another bullet after Moreno called on the flop. Players will continue a lot on those C-bets, though, even if they don't have the ace. And Vasquez does, in fact, slow down here, which may give Moreno the green light to try to steal this pot.
I think it's possible, but I think there's also a very likely scenario where this just goes check, check. Both players sitting with showdown value. 4s, not really a hand that want to inflate the pot, so Moreno will quickly check it back.
And that's why we have an expert here with me.
I may not be an expert, but I do know my stuff. This run out is going to be very conducive to a lot of checking, I think. Neither player with a significant enough range advantage to want to pile money into the pot, even as a bluff. Both players just with some showdown value only. Moreno, with the worst 2-pair possible, will again just check it back, hoping to take it to showdown and win against something like king high, but Vasquez will take in an extra million chips to his pot, pair versus pair. See Aditya Batra in the chat. Thank you for giving me the shout out. I appreciate it. Love to commentate these things, especially these big final tables. It's very exciting to see all of these high caliber players clash. And of course, love to give my insight too. Makes it a little easier when you've gotten to play with some of these guys before.
7-4.
Martinez in a position to begin applying some pressure to the shorter stack of Fang here. Small blind waking up with a suited ace. That is plenty enough to begin sizing up Fang's stack. Martinez actually assessing whether or not it makes sense to jam here with the blinds being 81-60, and he does. He rips it all in to pressure Fang. Fang with sixes will make the call all in and at risk. Martinez looking to bust his second player of the final table.
Yeah, not a whole lot of thought about that call there. Fang's chips almost beat Martinez into the middle, and it's basically going to be a coin flip here for his tournament. Nice flop for the sixes. He's got the only heart as well. And so far, so good. Just needs to fade an ace or a 7 that's not a heart.
And a 6 on the river. Fang finds a much-needed double up and boosts his stack all the way up to 4.25 million. Nice pot, blind versus blind.
Guys, need to say truth. Today my wife's birthday. She says she needs Mercedes, new one. Yeah, you don't have chance to win today. We can chop.
Disappoint her on her birthday.
Huh?
I hate to disappoint her on her birthday.
We'll see. I will happy to bust you.
Yeah? Did you watch that picture from yesterday?
Huh?
Did you watch
No, it's lucky now. No more work. No. Finish. Lucky. Smell lucky.
Action folding all the way around here to the hijack. Who will also get out of the way. Martinez just lost a big chunk of his stack here. Probably not going to continue with 3-4. And back on Fang, who just doubled up.
Yeah, Fang's got ace 9-0 here. Strong enough to raise blind versus blind, even against the chip leader, I would say. So he will most likely bump it up. He will call. Implements the limping strategy, and Monahan's got jacks. Wow, monster blind versus blind.
And chip leader reaching for raising chips. Will pump it up here to 385,000.
Fang, of course, is a tournament crusher. Over $1 million in live earnings, multiple circuit rings. And Fang jams all in, limp jam, and he gets snapped off by Monahan. Wow.
Oh my, what a cooler here. Finds an ace in the small blind. Blind versus blind. Runs into the jacks, and now, after just doubling up, Fang once again at risk.
Fang looking to play for all the chips, but this is just the wrong spot. Great flop for Monahan. Queen 10 high, 8 on the turn. Monahan not wanting to catch a jack. And he doesn't. Monahan eliminates Han Fang, 8th place in the final table, and Mike Monahan's chip lead just got bigger, folks.
The rich get richer, and it will be 8th place for Han Feng. He'll be taking home $23,400 for his efforts here. Bad luck there, getting that ace blind versus blind right after doubling up. And Han will take home some cash here, $23K. And now there are only 7 players remaining. Everybody at this table guaranteed almost $30,000 now. Top spot, 182,670.
Yeah, a lot of pressure now being alleviated from some of these players' shoulders. The 2 short stacks who came into the FT are both gone. So now the players have a bit more freedom.
Yeah, now the shortest stack is 3.4 million. Martinez and Iziera right in there too at 3.5 million, but those stacks are closer to 25 big blinds. They're not in that kind of emergency situation that the 2 short stacks were before. Once again, Turov, the chip stack is incorrect there. He's got about 6 million. And they will get that fixed during the first player break. We have talked to production on that. There is a 1-hour delay, so they couldn't fix it right away for us, but we know where he's at. Iziera just about tied for a short stack now, but he's found Big Slick, and he's going to raise it up here. 320,000 is the number. The blinds have just gone up to 80, 160, 160. They had about 15 minutes left of the previous level when they ended this. Got down to 9 players last night. We were at 60 and 120,000. Now we're at 80 and 160,000, which will put a little bit more pressure on some of these shorter stacks, but still the shortest stacks are right around that 20 big blind area, so not an emergency yet. Looks like a raise and take it here for Iziera. Who, according to the chat, has a very polarizing haircut. It's going to be, you either love it or you hate it. That's a very signature look.
Hey, certainly has flair. Got to give it that. It is a signature look. Iziera is a well-accomplished tournament pro. I think he's got just about $2 million in Hendon Mob earnings, if I'm remembering those stats correctly. He's also won a couple of rings himself. He's gotten some trophies out in Florida, where he's originally from, so shout out to him. We don't usually get as many Floridian pros. Usually a lot of people from other states like Louisiana. We see some people coming down from Oklahoma. Some Californians like to play here a lot, but not a lot of Florida players I'm finding. So good to see Ricardo over here with us.
Yeah, we're starting to draw players from all over the place with these $1 million guaranteed mains. We typically do this every season here, and then with the Poker Go Tour, we also have sometimes 2 million guaranteed main events. And we'll be having another one of those coming up in a couple of months here. Our next series of events will be starting October 1st. That will be our Fall Poker Open. And another $1 million guaranteed main then in early October. So put those dates on your calendar and get ready to come on back to Champions Club. Pkwy finds an ace here and opens this one to 325 from the hijack. And Turov's got my hand, 7-4 suited. Let's go.
And he's got it from the big blind, but he folds it low.
Boo.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to boo him. I don't mind the fold.
I love it. We know that that's my favorite hand, but we also know we don't play it on final tables with giant money jumps like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he makes a little bit more chips, he give it back.
Yeah, it looks like they have corrected Turov's stack now, 5.5 million. That sounds more like it.
I think we had someone in the chat ask if that was the bad guy from Rounders. That's not the bad guy from Rounders. That is our good friend Danilo over here. Make no mistake, he is a very accomplished player here. He plays a lot of PLO in Houston. Recently, a dealer, actually, who came here to Champions Club to give us some of his talent and services. I believe Turov, originally from Ukraine, if I'm getting that correctly. Apologies if I have not.
That I do believe is correct.
Turov and Pkwy actually both from Ukraine. And one of our Ukrainian players has picked up ace-queen again and will be raising.
$325,000 is the number. And Monahan, who now has over 13 million chips, giving it a little thought before kicking his hand in the muck.
Same hand, you're blind. No, same hand.
It looks like a raise and take for Pkwy. I don't think Moreno's going to defend with queen 5 here. I could be wrong.
Maybe he needs now more.
Queen 5 is one of those kind of on the cusp hands that you can consider defending some of the time. You do have a single Broadway card in your hand, and you don't want to be overfolding your big blind, but that's usually mostly applicable information in the mid stages of tournaments, whenever every big blind is so much more important on the final table with these massive pay jumps and the huge important dynamics that ICM plays. You can get away with folding your big blind some more. Obviously, if you have any suited hands, those are more likely to be defended. Don't be surprised to see players defending hands that maybe look more speculative, like your 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited. Even hands like 9-10-0, still defendable in a final table scenario. But you want to tighten that range just a bit more than your usual tournament defend charts would suggest. Aditya in the chat, giving a shout out to Vlad, and he's not wrong. Vlad is a tough cookie to crack. He is one of the most fearsome tournament pros in Houston. Plays a bunch of different tournaments, usually cashes them. Not his first rodeo. He's made multiple final tables here at Champions Club, including, I believe, a win, if I'm not mistaken about that. Vlad is a beast of a player. Good luck to anyone clashing horns with him, like Vasquez, who picks up ace-10. And with these two players having comparable chip stacks, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Vasquez potentially amp up the pressure and start being more aggressive here from this stage of the tournament onwards.
Yeah, we have 3 stacks virtually identical here. Pkwy, Vasquez, and Turov, all right in the middle of the pack there with just over 5 million in chips.
Now you have a different customer.
And as you predicted, Vasquez coming with the 3-bet. Looks like 950, no, 1.150.
Yeah, certainly want to size up here, add additional pressure to Pkwy, but Pkwy with a pair of 7s, interesting decision point now.
Yeah, large sizing here would be about 20% of his chips.
Vasquez sizing up here, his hand falls into the 3-bet bluff category. You can see Pkwy using one of his blue time extension chip plaques, wants to go over all of his options. Fold and call both make some sense. 7's not a hand you want to play a 4-bet pot with out of position, especially when you opened from a strong range like under the gun. I will say there could be a interesting dynamic in play here. Pkwy's actually opened maybe 3 of the last 4 hands or so. So Vasquez might think he's trying to push the table around. He's not necessarily. He's just picked up pretty favorable card distribution, and he will make the call.
Big pot alert, 2.7 million in the middle already at the effective stack, 4.1 million in Vasquez. So far, so good for the 7s, but he's not going to like seeing that king-high board. That's obviously going to be a card that could be in Vasquez's 3-betting range. Ace-king, king-queen, hands like that.
Vasquez with a nearly mandatory C-bet on this disconnected, dry king 8-5 high board. Any relevant straights that would be completed on this turn with middling cards like 7s or 9s are basically going to be irrelevant to the discussion of ranges in this hand.
C-bet of 750,000 is out there in the middle now. Pkwy thinking about this.
And I think this is going to be one of the things that separate these top tournament players from a tournament recreational. A lot of players would see the King 8-5 high board, think that a hand like Ace-King already beats them, so why put money in the pot? But Pkwy, understanding that this is a board that will be bet a lot by his opponent regardless of what they have, so he will stick in there despite having just third pair.
And now both players with less in their stack than what's in the middle here in this pot. And this second king makes it much less likely that Vasquez has a king. That's actually a great card for Pkwy.
Yeah, it's a great card for Pkwy's actual hand. Still a good card for Vasquez's range, who contains all of the strongest kings, like king, queen, ace, king suited, of course. But Vasquez, recognizing Pkwy's call, is pretty strong, will check it back. And Pkwy catches a very fortunate river for him. He will not have any difficult decisions to make for the rest of his hand. Sevens full of kings feels good.
Now, when you hit what is virtually the nuts here in your Pkwy, do you lead out with a tiny bet, hoping for a jam from Vasquez? Or would you just check it? How do you manage this when the other player was the aggressor?
Yeah, it's totally dependent on the archetype of player that you're playing against. You have to factor in, is my opponent aggressive enough to potentially make a stab at this? This is interesting. Pkwy's going to take some extra time to make this decision. You could actually see Vasquez kind of perk his eyes up when he noticed that. And to be honest, I'm not sure what kind of reads or history Pkwy and Vasquez have together playing tournaments. The standard approach is probably to lead out like Pkwy is doing right now, and he will lead for a medium size. If you're Pkwy, this is certainly targeting a good chunk of Vasquez's range that would be checking back this turn. Hands that want to get to showdown, middling pairs like nines through queens, may potentially take a more passive approach given the final table dynamics. So leading to get value from those hands is probably a pretty reasonable course of action. Makes it much less likely that Vasquez has a king if he's checking back the turn. Pkwy gets the job done on the river. I think he played it well, but so did his opponent all the way through.
Yeah, and he rockets up now to, he's still third, or he's in third in chips now, but rockets up to over 8 million in his stack behind just Moreno and Monahan.
You can see it here. Dan mentioned it before, but we've got more main event action. This time it's in the fall. Fall Poker Open kicks off on October 1st, goes all the way through October 19th. We're going to be holding another one of these $1 million guaranteed main events. Lots of small sub-events as well. Probably going to hold another 100 or 200K monster stack event, just like we kicked off our series with for all of our mid and low stakes players who want a chance at this tournament glory and a streamed final table. But of course, the Millie main is going to be the big attraction for a lot of our out of town players. For those of you who are watching along in the chat, if you didn't get a chance to fire this event, let me just say it was a pleasure to play. And I think if you have any interest in playing some of these big tournaments, this is one of the best ones in the business to do it. Especially because of the very player-favorable structure. You have so much time to make your decisions. 40-minute levels from day one onwards, 60-minute levels into day two, so you'll never feel rushed for time. You have plenty of opportunities to make the right decision and go for glory and for the title.
Yeah, tons of play, especially on day 3 here with 1 hour levels. Average stack right now over 40 big blinds. This one folds to the hijack. Vasquez with another nice looking hand here. King 10 in pretty good position. He's going to open this. Losing that last pot has not slowed him down. Goes to 320,000. Turov right behind him looking down at an ace. But just ace-5 offsuit. He's going to get out of the way.
Isagire with a middling stack and a monster hand. 2 blackjacks from the small blind will shove. Pkwy quickly getting out of the way. Action on Vasquez, who is asking for a count, but I don't think he has any decision here at all. going to be covered and will not be putting his tournament life at risk with the King 10 offsuit. I'd be shocked if he did.
Yeah, that would be very surprising.
I'm sorry, but this table is really clean.
Finish. Let's go.
The straw that broke the camel's back.
Vasquez does find the fold, and Easy Gator will pick this one up without a flop.
What was it, 3-6-25?
3630 with the flop.
Vasquez, who's been very active this orbit, now with a monster ace-queen suited. And he's going to ship it all in here for just over 3 million chips. Action folding around to the blinds. And folds all the way through. Vasquez picking up a couple of big blinds here. This one folds around to the button of Pkwy. He looks down at a suited king. He's going to eyeball the stacks in the blinds here before opening to 325. Big stack in the big blind. Martinez gets out of the way out of the small blind with queen 9, and the big stack finds a better hand. Ace jack. He is definitely not going to be folding here.
Monahan putting on the moves. We got a 3-bet from him here. 950,000 to go. Don't know if Pkwy wants to speculate, even though he is in position with the King 5 suited. Against the chip leader, no less. He will get out of the way.
Seven four suited in the muck again, but it turns out to be another good fold here as Pkwy wakes up with kings again. I feel like he's already had kings once, and this is only 17 hands in. Lot opening up to 360. Nothing to defend with in the blinds. Pkwy picks this one up without a flop.
No collusion this.
Fold, it's also collusion.
Big slick on the button for the big stack. Monahan reaching for raising chips after it folds around to him. He goes to 350. Turov giving it some thought out of the big blind. Probably going to defend here with King 9. He's going to be dominated by the Ace King as we peel the flop heads up. Oh no, it's a king high board. This could be devastating here for Turov, who has flop top pair, but a worse kicker than Monahan. He does have some backdoor outs here though. That 8, 9, 10 working for him.
Let's see how cheaply Turov is going to be able to get away from this one.
A c-bet of 200,000 into this 940,000 pot, and Turov obviously going to make the call here with top pair.
Yeah, most certainly cannot be getting away this early in the hand, and he does pick up one of those straightening cards on the turn. 6 of hearts, and a 9 or 7 is what Turov is going to need to win himself this pot. I don't really see Monahan slowing down that much here. Not going to go with a massive sizing, and he doesn't need to go super polar. He certainly doesn't have the nuts, just with top pair, top kicker. This 8-10-6 portion of the board, very favorable for Turov's range.
Bet of 625 is called, and now almost 2.6 in the middle. Turov with 4.1 million left in his stack, and
Oh,
oh
no.
no, the worst possible card for Turov. Monahan, the rich, about to get richer yet again here. Trip kings for both players. Ace kicker for Monahan.
Yeah, that's a disaster for Turov. 1.4 million snap called by Turov. Ace king is going to be good for the whole pot. Wow.
What a cooler, and what a good job just calling there and losing the minimum there for Turov. Unfortunately for him, that's going to put him down below 2.8 million in chips now. He will be the short stack after that hand, and the rich get richer. Monahan with over a third of the chips in play now. 16 million in his stack, about 45 million total, 46 million rather total in play.
Yep, thank you.
Pkwy with King Queen this time, another quality hand. He opens to 325,000. Monahan seems to be living right. He finds another big hand here, Ace 10 in the cutoff.
850.
Yeah, and look at this. This is an experienced move from Mikey Monahan. He kicks it up to 850,000. Hand like Ace 10, and with all the chips in play, he's certainly got the ability to begin bullying people at this final table. And he's going to start getting that going now. See how Pkwy wants to respond here with a hand like King Queen. Certainly strong, so we'll see what Vlad's response is.
Yeah, Vlad now one of the bigger stacks, but Monahan has double his chips.
Pkwy will continue with the call. Hand just a bit too strong to fold, even out of position, and plenty deep, so Pkwy not likely to go broke here unless we see another disaster. Pkwy finds himself in no man's land with King High on Tray 4. 960,000, just about a half pot size bet as well. And that's going to put Pkwy in a no call position. Monahan takes down the pot and continues to apply the pressure.
Chip lead increasing by another million. Now he has over double the chips of second place. Moreno with 8.3 million.
Wake everybody up, Lance.
This one folding quickly around to the blinds. Moreno with a suited 10. Giving it some thought here. Blind versus blind out of the small blind.
420.
And he will raise it. Putting pressure on the shorter stack in the big blind. Easy-Era has a better hand. King Queen, but about half the chips of Moreno. He's going to call the 420. Heads up we go. $1 million in the middle. And Easy-Era in great shape here with the King Queen high and in position. Moreno, the aggressor, picks up top pair.
Top pair in the backdoor flush draw for Moreno. It's going to be a monster hand for him, given the situation, blind v blind.
$610.
Moreno continuing for 610,000. Isagire not messing around with this, will just fold too big of a portion of his stack to make the call.
Obviously, card distribution, a big factor here, but the big stacks doing a good job of chipping away at those middle stacks this last orbit. Trying to separate out the bunch.
One of those middle stacks. Despite taking the unfortunate hit previously versus Fang before he was eliminated, Martinez has done great for himself this series. He got third in our PLO main event as well, so what a wonderful series for him it's been. Star of the show right now, though, is Mikey Monahan, who raises it with the ace-jack from the +1 position.
Now, things are definitely going Monahan's way. Folds through to the blinds, and nobody has anything to defend with here. Pkwy might call with a suited 10-5, but you'd have to play this one out of position against Monahan, who seems to be very aggressive. We can see that he's got it every time, but the players at the table have to be feeling that Monahan's just putting pressure on a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as a big stack, you get to do stuff like this with much wider ranges, but Monahan has been fortunate enough to have pretty strong hands so far this time, regardless of his chip stack. Pkwy, with one of those suited cards, can make a lot of straights with the 10 and a 5. Old poker fun fact, all straights require either a 10 or a 5 at some point. Queen 10-7 on the board. Pkwy picking up middle pair, but Monahan picking up a favorable board for his range. Interesting to see him just quickly check it back here, and a board pairing 7. That will be a slightly better card for Pkwy. Not many 7s in the Monahan range. And Vlad probably feeling pretty decent about his hand, fading the c-bet on the flop. I don't think this one is going to get through from Mikey. Vlad will likely make the call of the 5-5-5 bet.
Vlad definitely taking his time here. He will use another one of his extensions.
Yeah, Vlad liking to think through his decisions every time he gets into one of these spots. Pkwy announces call, and we'll put the chips in the middle for the bet of 555.
Just needs to fade an ace, jack, or king here on the river to pick up this pot.
And he does so. It is a 5. Pkwy with a fake 2 pair. Does still have 2 pair 10s and 7s. Mikey Monahan being called here in this spot is going to have to apply a lot of pressure if he wants Pkwy to fold at this point. Looks like he's reaching for some chips. 1.5 million, did I hear him say? I believe so. 1.5 million is the bet. 2 million in the chips, already in the pot right now. So that's going to be a tough decision for Pkwy. Let's see what he does.
He probably feels relatively decent with the check back on the flop, but he's got to know that Monahan is a crafty player and fully capable of checking back top pair and setting the trap.
And Pkwy has to make the fold. Monahan does a great job taking the delayed c-bet and then big barrel river line. Takes down the pot.
Well played by Monahan, and his chip lead increases yet again, now up to almost 19 million in chips.
And this is the kind of thing you get to do whenever you're the big stack on a final table with monstrous payout implications. I feel like that's a hand that Pkwy would flick in a call with under most normal circumstances, but this is no normal circumstance. That would have been a huge chunk of Pkwy's stack to call. And if he hero calls there incorrectly, he is in trouble relative to the other stacks of the field. Wants to preserve his, so far, decent third place separation.
Yeah, Monahan probably very well of the stack sizes at the table. Set that price just perfectly so that if Vlad missed there, he would be down towards the bottom. Vasquez with another nice hand here. King, queen suited in early position. Reaching for raising chips. Another player that's been very active. We're only 22 hands in. We've seen Vasquez open a lot of hands here and even come with a 3-bet a time or two.
Yeah, with 5. I got a player coming in 4 and 7 right now. Makes sense. 4.
Action folding all the way through to the blinds. Vlad giving it some thought here with 10-8, but I got to think after the last hand he's going to get out of the way here. You don't want to flop another pair of 10s and then have to fold to overcards. He does, and it goes fold, fold. Vasquez picking up another one. No flop necessary.
Where's your button?
Holds through to the cutoff here. Ezeguera putting on a little pressure with queen 9 offsuit. We'll open this one up. Looks like 400,000 is the bet. Gets the ace deuce suited to fold on the button, but Martinez will not be folding. Jacks out of the small blind. Martinez, the second shortest stack here. virtually tied with Turov.
Oh, yeah, one.
Martinez with a big enough hand to play for all of the chips if he wants to do it.
All right, dealers, complete the hand you're on.
Sitting at less than 20 bigs, but he does have more than 10. He does just jam it in here for 2.7 million. And it's not going to face any resistance from the Queen 9, but a nice pickup there. Picks up about 4 big blinds with no flop, and that's a good thing to do when you only have about 20.
Absolutely. And we do have another series that we wanted you guys to be aware of, the Winter Poker Open, also featuring $1 million guaranteed main event. Don't have the details available just yet. Still crafting all of the best dates and structures for that, but once we have that, we will be sure to share it with you. That will come after the Fall Poker Open. Champions like to do these seasonal poker tournaments here, one in the fall, one in the winter, one in the summer, usually something going on in the spring, whether that's directly us or if we host one of those Poker Go series over here. Regardless, there is always action here at Champions Club in the tournament streets. And we see Andrew Moreno picking up Ace King under the gun +1.
Big Slick reaching for big chips, makes it 325,000 to go. And Pkwy with another nice hand. King Queen definitely won't be folding, might actually try to raise it here in position with the King Queen offsuit.
King Queen offsuit, certainly 3-bettable versus the under the gun +1 range as a small bluff, but he will fold. Pkwy, look at the pressure he's facing because of his decrease in chip stack. Does not want to mess around with one of the best players at the table. Instead, let the short stacks go to war with each other first, or be eliminated by some of these monster stacks.
That'll get it to fold through to the big blind. Vasquez with King 10 and already having a big blind in there. Probably going to peel a flop here, and he'll be in a similar situation as Turov earlier, where he's dominated by the Ace King. Another king high flop would be disaster for him. He'll have less than 3 million behind. Luckily, it's an ace high flop with 2 spades. Moreno has all of this. Vasquez should be able to get away from this without losing any more chips. C-bet of just over half pot here, 480,000, and that will end this hand. Moreno now closing in on 10 million chips, separating himself from the pack. He did want us to know that his favorite monster truck is Gravedigger, in case anybody's keeping tabs on that.
Classical reference here from Andrew. I believe Andrew's also been on one of the final tables here at Champions Club before.
Yeah, definitely.
Just 1 or 2. He is extremely accomplished tournament pro.
In my notes here, I have him down as 8th place for our Fall Poker Open main in 2024. But these notes are from a different final table, so
yeah,
I'm sure that he was also in one of the early 2025 final tables as well. Definitely shows up to all these larger buy-in, larger guarantee events, and he's one of those players, as we said, that you're going to see him make these final tables more often than a lot. Plenty of experience in these spots, and knows how to navigate these fields. This one folds all the way through to the button here. Monahan with not much, but he can apply pressure to the blinds. Both of the blinds have less than 3 million in chips in their stack. Monahan hasn't gotten out of line too much yet, and he's not going to this time either. Just going to go ahead and let this one go blind versus blind. Vasquez with Queen 7 suited. The computer hand, as we say, it's better than 50% of the hands. And he ships it all in for 2.5 million. Turov finds ace 10 and will call.
Okay, huge pot here, and Turov and Vasquez both short stacks, so the loser of this pot is going to be crippled.
Very good. You feel good about it?
Yeah, Turov will be facing elimination here, but if Vasquez loses, as you said, he'll be crippled, and it is an ace-high flop. Vasquez is going to need a lot of help here. Could get a chop with a 3.
And a jack of diamonds on the river. And Danilo Turov doubles through Vasquez. Vasquez is going to be the crippling short stack now at this final table. Tough beat for him, finding the aggressive shove, but Turov waking up with it.
Yeah, if these stacks are correct here, Vasquez is going to be stuck with just about 3 big blinds, and he will be in the small blind next hand.
Discount. Only today. Only now.
What was the total bet? What was the total bet?
My mistake. He'll be on the button this hand, so he does have a number of hands to look at before he has to put any chips in the middle, but man, that is a devastating blow to Vasquez. Turov has to be feeling great about that now. Doubling up, has over 5 million in his chips after that huge beat where he had trips against the chip leader. Comes back to just about where his stack was before that big hand.
Lance, what seat number did I take from you? Is that 3? 3. Thank you. Yeah.
Martinez, he's been pretty quiet for a number of hands here, giving it some thought with a suited one-gapper, decides to get out of the way. He might just be feeling like he's getting left out here, hasn't played very many hands recently. These players obviously very patient and know what they're doing on the final table, but it's never fun to not play any hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did it. All right, guys, we're going to take a 15-minute break and race off.
Oh, a walk from Moreno, and he looks down at Kings right before the players go on break. Don't worry, we won't be taking a break. They're going to be cutting that right out of here. We'll come right back to the play. And it looks like our great tournament director, Brian Freitas, is going to be pulling some of those chips off the table as well, coloring up some of these massive stacks. And there's another look at the payouts, rather. First place, 182,670. Everybody at this final table guaranteed 29.6. I was looking at some of the stats before the tournament, and Turov, who just doubled up there, his best cash prior to this was 15,000. So he's already doubled that, even if he busts next. That's pretty good feeling, I would imagine.
Sick run for Danny here. We have already lost Hanfang and Mr. Gillis as well in 8th and 9th place, respectively. Our players have come back, and we have raced off those pink 5K chips. They are no longer relevant to the equation, which means we're in serious business now for the tournament. Colored up some, so a couple more plaques in play, a couple more of those blue and white chips. As a reminder, the orange plaques are the milli plaques. We do have a 500,000 plaque available as well. I don't know if we're going to be using any of those today. It looks like we're just pulling out the big $1 million plaques as well as the greens and white chips.
Blinds have gone up now, 100,000, 200,000. So more pressure on the shorter stacks here. And Pkwy under the gun opens to 450 with 2 red 9s. Average stack still about 33 big blinds here, so still plenty of play in this tournament, and our levels will keep it that way. Vasquez obviously is going to be in dire need of a double soon. He only has 2 big blinds to work with. This will not be the one.
And Isagire has picked up the King 5-0. We'll fold it from the big blind. Pkwy takes it down without resistance.
This was also our first dealer change prior to that hand there. Giovanna was in, and now we have Paula. 2 of the best dealers in all the land. We're lucky here at Champions Club to have some of the best in the world right here in Houston, Texas, and you can experience that anytime. Come down and check it out. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. We're also the only poker club in the entire state of Texas that has a hotel on site. We are a hotel, and you can book your rooms right here. Typically, if you're a cash game player, we always have some kind of bonus going on. If you play for 4 hours, you get a special room rate. Typically, if you play for 8 hours in a 24-hour period in our cash room, you get your hotel room for free. So, great place to come check out this wild Texas poker action. I've worked in poker all over the country, and I think these Texas games are the biggest and best in the world right now. There just isn't anything competing with Texas poker.
Yeah, Texas poker, certainly one of the best in the world for cash game action. Can't beat it. Tournament action, you can find tournaments everywhere, but Texas tournaments just hit different. They're pretty fun to be a part of, and look at this. Isagire picks up the ladies from the small blind, pocket queens. Pkwy does pick up a suited ace, but it's not worth gambling for most of his stack. And
I think this is the first time we've seen Monahan really kind of get out of line with one of his pre-flop raises. 8-5 suited. He's going to posture for a minute here, but he's obviously not calling this all in.
I just take a cut
with 8 high. Looking at about 14 big blinds.
Gotta be really good, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Apple.
2.8. I'm okay. I asked for it earlier, but I handled it. Thank you. How much is it?
450.
450.
Decision time for everybody else. Vasquez in for the short stack, and Pkwy with Jack 3 suited from the small blind. Don't think he can do the dirty work.
Sorry about that.
Pkwy will fold, and it will be Martinez's job to do the elimination himself. 9-8 offsuit will make the call. Vasquez in great shape for a double. Has Martinez dominated here.
Yeah, he definitely needs this double and probably needs to double again right after that.
And a king high board is about as good as it gets for Vasquez. Vasquez will most likely be sealing the deal on the river.
Just needs to fade a 9 and does.
Vasquez picks up a critical double here. Back up to 1.2 million in his chip stack. Still going to be short, only about 6 big blinds, but certainly better than where he was just a few moments ago.
Were you able to see both my cards? I was just curious. No? Just like, okay.
I could just, I could
I was
look
just
like
curious.
ace of spades, but I know it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I
The
got
king of clubs. But I had the king 5. So one of those.
Vasquez under the gun here will be forced to put in 2 big blinds next hand. He did give it some thought with Queen 9, which is a better than average hand, but with so many players behind him, he decides to get out of the way here. Having just doubled, doesn't want to lose all the chips right away. And it will fold around to the cutoff here. Easy era with King Jack will also get out of the way. Kind of surprised by that, but it turns out to be a good move as Pkwy finds Ace King on the button.
Yeah, you'll see a hand like King Jack, but off of Visa get his stack. He's got less than 20 big blinds, and it's a hand where you'd have to raise it and then have to fold to a jam, which is a bit of a disaster given the really, really short stack of Vasquez. So Isagire in an ICM cage. Very familiar with that. Pkwy making it 550, and it's Martinez with ace-9 suited. And a decision here.
Very tough spot here for Martinez with 13.5 big blinds and a suited ace.
Martinez using a time extension here. Let's see if he wants to go for it. But there is a tiny stack. Vasquez, who's about to have to pay his big blind. So I think Martinez might usually take this spot, but not this time because of the shorty. Will fold. Folds over to Mikey Monahan in the big blind with a pretty suited connected middling hand. Certainly defendable, especially off of his stack.
But Pkwy did go large with the open here. It's not a 2x, 5.5, but as you predicted, Monahan does defend here, and we will see a flop. Heads up. Vlad in great shape with the ace-king.
Ace-king still good. 5 of diamonds begins the dreams of a backdoor straight flush for Monahan, but Queen-Jack high board, good for Pkwy's range, and in position will get to control the size of this pot.
Looks like he's going with a small sizing of 350. If I saw that right.
Pkwy's 350 is going to be folded to. Don't go chasing backdoor flush draws, as they say.
Reno opening this one here. It looks like graphics are a little behind, but he has raised to what looks like 450,000. Action folding around to the blinds. Our big stack in the small blind here, and the short stack is in the big blind. Monahan gets out of the way. Vasquez, who has the shortest stack at the table right now, facing a raise of 450, will also fold.
After paying his small blind, Vasquez is exactly where he was just a few moments ago. Very short, going to need a double. Looks like we've got 375 of you watching in chat. That's awesome. Love to see the action on this tournament final table. Make sure to tell your friends to come watch with us. This is a big result that I'm sure a lot of players in and out of Houston are all sweating.
Well, here it comes. Blind versus blind. Vasquez, the short stack with king queen suited. Definitely going to get it all in here.
Danny checking to see if he's got a defendable combo here. Turov with about 4.5 million in his stack. Those graphics are inaccurate, so he does have a chip stack that is able to call if he thinks his hand is good enough.
Vasquez all in for 800,000. And Turov with a suited 9 deuce does give it some thought before getting out of the way.
Deuce 9.
If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe and hit that notification bell. We typically stream 3 cash games every week, and whenever we have big tournaments, we also stream the final table of those. Tomorrow we'll be back with a Pot Limit Omaha cash game, and then Wednesday will be No Limit Holdem.
Shout out to BLW in the chat, watching from Columbus, Ohio. Nice to see people from everywhere tuning into this. We had someone from Scotland earlier in the chat as well. Doesn't matter where you're at, there's no bad place to catch this broadcast from.
That's right. The Yazoo City, Mississippi folks are showing up as well.
Oh, absolutely. That is, I believe, Monahan's home. Regardless of what happens today, he will be taking home a good chunk of change back to his friends and family, and hopefully a title if he can get there. Turov going to be folding a hand like this to Moreno, kind of making sure he is not doing anything foolish with a short stack still around.
That stack size ICM implications very telling here on this final table. We've seen a lot of 2 Broadway card hands and suited aces hitting the muck, where if there wasn't somebody in such dire straits, those hands would definitely be played.
Yeah, and for those of you who may be less familiar with poker terminology, ICM, in non-fancy terms, essentially just means that the money matters at a final table like this. Normally, you might want to play some hands more aggressively, but if someone has a really short stack, and if you can wait for that person to bust before making a move, it's wiser to do that, so you're not risking your payouts and your chip stack when there's someone who's much more likely to bust than you. Obviously, more complicated than that, but that's the quick and easy, simple explanation I would give to someone else.
For a dumb guy like me, it's just one guy's going to get 30,000 and one guy's going to get 37,000. I want to be the guy who gets at least 37,000, so I'll wait for aces.
Very, very true. And Mike Monahan currently sitting in the pole position to take down everything. Wakes up with a big hand, King 10 suited, and is going to take down the blinds. That is super important at this stage of the tournament for every player. Paying the big blind and the ante is 400,000 chips at this stage in the tournament, which is a significant portion of essentially everyone's stack at this point, except for maybe Pkwy, Moreno, and Monahan. Everyone else, paying those blinds really hurts. You have to pay a grand total of 5 blue chips over the course of one big and small blind rotation. And not everyone can sit here and wait for these other smaller stacks to bust. Someone's going to have to wake up with something and eventually put their stack on the line. Right now, Vasquez, the most likely to do that, sitting on just about 6.5 big blinds.
Monahan with another decent looking hand here, ace 10. Obviously, we're going to see another open from him. Goes with the min click of 400K. Vasquez, who is very much at risk here, looking down at 2 Broadway cards, but it's the 2 worst ones. Jack 10 off suit, and he's going to wait for a better spot. Already facing a raise. Turov does have a pair here, though, in the cutoff, in position. I would think he would at least call with 7s. But again, you don't want to put yourself in danger when you have much more shorter stack involved. And once again, Turov's stack not correct here. He's
1.1.
got about 4.6 million, not 2.4 million.
Turov getting aggressive against the chip leader. Bumps it up to 1.1 million. I wonder how Monahan responds. This is interesting, facing really the first major pushback all night is Mikey. He's mostly gotten just called or been the aggressor himself. So facing aggression for the first time, Monahan lets it go and Turov takes it down. Nice move with the 7s.
Definitely. And can't blame the chip leader there. He's obviously going to be facing either a pair, which makes it a coin flip, or a better ace, where he's going to be dominated a lot of the time here with a 3-bet. Here we go. Vasquez. 6 big blinds and 2 big tens. Gets him in the middle.
Vasquez will go spin the wheel and see where it lands. We'll see if anyone else picks up anything big and can take a stand to eliminate him from this tournament. Vasquez's jam is met by folds from Moreno Nisagire, and it's Pkwy with the hand strong enough to call. Ace-10 offsuit makes the call, but Vasquez finds another situation where he's dominating his opponent. He's got 10s versus ace-10. Pkwy going to need to catch an ace. Vasquez a 70-30 favorite to double up again for his tournament life.
Yeah, really good shape here. Just has to avoid an ace or some straight cards.
We see a fellow Dan tuning in from the chat, watching from Mexico City. Certainly rooting on Vasquez here. And Vasquez finds the hold on the river. No ace from space to eliminate him from the tournament. And he's almost back at 3 million chips.
Right back in it.
Go ahead, man.
Finally.
Finally.
Him.
I miss it. Some big hand?
Tens, ace 10.
Here?
Huh?
Say that. Ace, ace, ace. Ace on the room. Yeah.
Enough.
10.
Yeah.
Booyah.
Ah, it's all that you need in tournament.
Yeah. Booyah. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Ah, sorry. You know.
Check.
Yeah. He give you cashback. He give you cashback.
It's more important to win now than yesterday, right?
23. No discount for professional.
Is that your water cask over here? Do you have a water cask? Just like okay. I thought I seen you carry one.
Rare heads up flop here between Monahan and Vasquez. Vasquez can't play too many hands post flop off the short stack. Will make this fold, but he's got breathing room and life now with his 2.4 million in stack. Looks like Ricardo is watching in the chat from Rockledge, Florida. Good to see you, Ricardo. I know who you're rooting for. It would be the other person named Ricardo. Mr. Isagire, also from Florida. And this dynamic of the final table is going to get tight once again, folks. Isagire is sitting with a stack that is short enough that he will need to be careful now. He's got less than 20 bigs. Vasquez with just north of 10 himself. Pkwy now with a pair from the hijack. Sitting with about 25 big blinds himself.
Is it that? Yeah, your hand's gonna be dead.
Ain't no doubt.
Yeah, you were pretty far away. They're gonna. Yeah.
It just was too far for me to reach it. He wasn't right on the seat whenever it was.
He was further away.
He was far away. He agreed. Yeah.
Yep.
I would have 5 those aces. I
Huh?
was folding anyway.
No, action still on Pkwy here. That was Martinez just folding his hand because he was away from the table. His hand is dead.
Butterfly effect. Though.
If he's not in his seat or at his seat when the cards are dealt.
This guy started my whole run with the butterfly effect yesterday. He's like, I saw.
Claude will open to 450 with the fours.
Stacking someone in the big
Action
pocket
now
to
on the
replace
big
my
stack
card.
here on the button with 7-5 suited.
No, I'm not. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Gets out of the way. Vasquez with Jack Deuce suited probably going to do the same.
Jack 6 suited from Turov, also folded from the big blind.
Over 400 people watching live. Help us get our likes up to over 50. It really helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Doesn't take much. Just pop in there and hit that thumbs up for us. We'd really appreciate it.
Where my file?
It's coming.
No king, you lose big also.
Yeah.
Action folding to the cutoff here. Monahan with the suited king and all the chips in the world. Gives it a little thought, but just tosses it into the muck here. Vasquez with an ace on the button. Puts them all in the middle for 21.5 big blinds. Or sorry, 11.5 big blinds, I should say.
Oh, what do you have in this hand?
Moreno going to give this one some thought. It's a 10 big blind jam.
Why you spend our time?
Picking up a suited queen 9. But Moreno will relinquish.
Tempting.
It's tempting
What?
to call.
I have a call for chips, but it's not making much, and I think it's probably a fold, but very, very close. Could have burned some time banks.
let's complete the end. You're on blind for the next man. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, big blind end. 1 through 2, next hand, cover the dealer.
Monahan opens this one from the hijack with ace-4, putting a little pressure on the blinds. Moreno finding a suited king in the small blind. Giving it some thought here.
$1.95 million.
It's gonna go big here. Almost 2 million. Quickly getting Easiera out of the way and action back to Monahan, who does have the better hand and the better position.
But this bet is just too big. Moreno playing some power poker back at Monahan. First time the two chip leaders have interacted with each other this final table.
And I believe the first time Moreno has had over 10 million chips in his stack now after picking up that raise from the Monahan. Those two players now with over half the chips in play.
Got a question from Crypto Parker in the chat asking why they so scared to bet. Well, I believe the answer to that question is just how much money is up top here. The difference between first place and 7th place is astronomical. Walk away with $30,000 if you get second. Walk away with almost $200K if you get first. So there's a lot of incentive to hold on to your chips and give yourself the best possible chance to win the title. Obviously, aggression does pay in this game of poker, but it has to be timely. And right now, there are some short stacks on the table complicating that dynamic at the moment.
The one player who doesn't have to worry about getting busted is Monahan, and that's why you'll see him putting pressure on with these more marginal hands like this ace-7, raising it up and taking it. That big stack of orange plaques are worth 1 million each. He's got 17 million in his stack. Getting awfully close to that 50 likes for us. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much out there. Now here's a hand you should put the pressure on with, Monahan. 7-4. Let's get there. What the?
I think he's going to be putting the pressure on the muck, Dan. The muck will have to accept these two cards gracefully. What a great fold. One of his 4s was already dead. He just knows.
Action folding to the cutoff here. Moreno with a suited ace, and he is the second in chips now in this position. I have to imagine he's going to open. And he does. 400,000 is the number. Button quickly getting out of the way, but Pkwy will not be getting out of the way. This is the third time he's had kings here in 42 hands.
I'll take it.
Taking his time as he has been doing this entire final table. Pkwy trying to think of what sizing he wants to go with here. Playing out of position, even with a stronger hand, you're going to want your sizing to be a little bit larger than if you were in position.
2.2 million? 2.2.
And he's going really big, 2.2 million. just under half his stack. That'll get rid of the 9-10 out of the big blind. Action back on Moreno. I can't imagine he's going to continue here with ace-9.
Yeah, Moreno being bitten back at for one of the first few times of the tournament is going to think through his options. Moreno will make the fold, and Pkwy picks up 800,000 additional chips for himself. Pkwy, with almost 6 million in his stack now, is sitting relatively comfortably compared to the field.
Martinez, Vasquez, and Isiera basically tied in chips here, all down there below 3 million. Martinez has just gotten through the big blind, and Vasquez will be facing that next. They still each have over 10 big blinds. Definitely not like shove or fold territory, but as Chris was saying earlier, it's 500,000 in orbit now. They have to figure out some way to get some chips into those stacks and not just keep bleeding them off every orbit. This one will fold down to the cutoff here. Isiera looking down at Queen 10. This isn't the one he's going to go with. Blind versus blind now. Shortest stack versus the biggest stack. And Martinez will give Monahan a walk. King 10, early position for Moreno, and he's going to apply some pressure here. 400,000 is the raise. Folds to the button. Martinez, the shortest stack. Ace Queen. Is this the one he goes with?
I think the answer is going to be yes. Martinez counting out his chips, looking to make the best decision for himself, and he goes for all of it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at his stack here. Yeah, 2.2 million is the all-in.
22.
2.2.
2,200,000.
Yeah.
Monahan gets out of the way, as does Vasquez, and Moreno will be doing the same with the King 10-0.
And that'll be a good pickup for the short stack, now up over 3 million in chips.
I have to open, so it doesn't matter.
Might have saved me some chips.
Yeah. My hand wasn't even close, so.
This one will fold through to the hijack. Pkwy with 5 deuce suited gets out of the way. Folds all the way through to the blinds. And a walk for Turov. He wouldn't have minded a little action there with pocket eights.
He would have snap called the jam once again.
Quickly folding all the way around to the button here. Vasquez made it through the blinds, so no emergency. 8-7, good for a fold. And a second walk in a row. Another one folding quickly around to the small blind. Moreno with ace-10. I don't think we'll be giving the third walk in a row here.
$625.
Moreno opening for 625,000. We'll take the big blind. Folds to the hijack. Vasquez basically tied for short stack right now. Wakes up with sixes. And he's going to get them all in here for 11 bigs. And he's going to get this one through, it looks like. This one folds to the button. Easiera with an ace-4 will get his chips in the middle. Just about 11 big blinds for him as well. And looks like he will get this one through and steal the blinds.
Thank you.
One on one.
Deal.
Oh, sorry. No.
Folds all the way around to the button. Pkwy looking down at ace-9. Vlad is in a tough spot. When he is on the button, the big stack is in the big blind. But he will raise this one up here to 400,000. And Monahan can go either way with this gapper. Looks like he's going to make the call, and we'll see a flop. No connection for either player. Ace high still good for Vlad. Check, check, and we'll see a free turn card. Queen of Spades also missing both players, but this card should be better for Pkwy's range. Monahan checks again. Vlad's not going to give him another free card here. Fires out, looks like 375. And a fold from Monahan gives Pkwy the pot. Action folds around to the button. Pkwy, or sorry, the cutoff rather, with ace-5. Opens to 350. 450 rather. Seven 4 in the muck again, much to my chagrin. Vasquez with a slightly better ace here in the big blind. Would be in good shape to call, but he has a very short stack here, and this is arguably the worst ace, ace-6 offsuit. Going to be in tough shape against most hands that open. He doesn't want to make any post-flop decisions. Jams it all in the middle here and would be a favorite if Vlad decides to call. Pkwy giving us some thought. Ace-5 off, a good hand to open with. A hard hand to call a all in here. 13 big blinds. Be almost half of Vlad's stack. Taking inventory. And a good laydown from Pkwy and a nice pickup there for Vasquez out of the big blind. Bolts through to the button here. Suited queen on the button for the big stack. Monahan reaching for chips. Going to apply some pressure to these shorter stacks in the blinds. 425 is the number. Vasquez, who's been slowly creeping up here, picking up a few chips at a time, finds ace-6 again, but doesn't want to gamble with the big stack. Turov, however, with a bigger ace, ace-jack. Definitely going to see a flop at least. Does not come with the 3-bet. We'll go heads up to the flop. Monahan flops best here, middle pair. Gut shot for Turov.
Will be a better board for Monahan's range. See how Turov chooses to respond to the incoming bet from Monahan. Monahan may choose to check back some of the time here. With showdown value and a queen, will do just that. Turov gets no improvement on the turn. Monahan is still in the lead. See if he wants to go with his delayed c-bet strategy here. Turov currently with the nut ace high.
And the turn check of Turov is met with a bet. 325. Monahan keeping it small.
You can see Turov's got a mountain of these time extension chips, so he really hasn't taken long to make many decisions today, and he is going to choose aggression again. This is the second time he's done this against Monahan, where he's choosing to bite back at him. Underplayed his hand pre-flop and is going to get aggro with it post. Makes it 1.2 million to go. Tough decision now for Monahan.
And there was a reaction on Turov's face when Monahan checked back that flop. Obviously, as you said, that flop should favor the range of the raiser. 2 Broadway cards on board. And I think Turov was surprised to get the check on the river, and now he is taking advantage of that by pressing back on the turn.
Yeah, the lack of flop aggression here from Monahan is going to bite him. Gives Turov the opportunity to spring the trap on the turn, and it will work.
Nicely played by Danilo. Folds around to the button, and it's another weak ace for Vasquez, but this time in position. The trouble here is Moreno in the big blind has quite a few chips. But Vasquez not playing it slow here. Is going to get it all in for over 15 big blinds. And it will fold through.
Yeah, Vasquez going for the win here in this tournament, not choosing to just fold away these hands that could be jammed in as a... It's a bluff pre-flop, but it's a good maneuver to pick up chips. He went from a micro stack a little while ago, now being right back up to the middle of the pack.
Game is $10. For the month of July and August, all games will be $10 an hour all day, every day, all month long.
Another dealer change and another level increase, and the pressure is going to be on for these shorter stacks now as the blinds have gone up to 125 and 250,000. Average stack now 26 big blinds, so these shorter stacks are really going to be incentivized to make something happen here. Easy Era, the smallest stack, is in the big blind right now. Martinez not too far behind him. 2.65 and 2.8 million respectively. Vasquez just collected some chips, so he's kind of out of immediate danger, but has just about 13 bigs, and he is now on the dealer button. Monahan, the big stack here, suited King 9. Gonna come with the raise here, $500,000. Folds to the other big stack in the small blind. He's got 7-4. He's gonna fold. I'm gonna cry.
Isagire shouldn't be folding ace-6 suited here, I don't think. It is a very close decision for him between jam and call. Ace-6 suited too strong to muck, even though he is now the shortest stack at the table. And he's going to be fighting for his tournament life in this pot. We'll see what he can connect with. He does flop one pair, 6 of diamonds out there. It's hard to make a pair. We'll see how Isagire responds. But he does just fold. Monahan applies the pressure and gets Isagire out of the way with the best hand on the flop.
I wish I was on the big
Yeah, Monahan flubbed a gut shot there and just fires away.
full double.
It doesn't really matter what he had, though. He's got all the chips, and he can apply the pressure no matter what comes out.
I didn't know I'll flop the straight.
Yeah, I know, but gamble, you know.
This one folds quickly around to the dealer button. Moreno with 9-10. Giving it a little bit of thought here. He's another player who's been very quick to act, has a big pile of those time extension chips, as well as Isagire. Opens to $500,000, and he gets out of the way. Pkwy looking down at a gapper. He is getting dangerously short on time extensions. Looks like he's only got 2 or 3 of them left. He's not going to waste one on this hand. Gets out of the way.
Yeah, what? I'm proud of Adrian.
They come to find out, you go start playing our camera with your music, we recognize
I know it. I was like, Adrian. Never forget. Never forget.
Card distribution has been a factor these last few orbits. Lots of these crummy looking hands here. 8-4 in the muck. Folds all the way around here to the button. Easy Gira gets it all in here. Queen Jack suited. He is the short stack at the moment with 1.775.
Can you reset? Reset.
Pkwy giving it some thought here. He's got a better hand with the ace-9 offsuit. Using one of those couple of remaining time extensions on this one. I believe he only has one left back there, possibly two.
Pkwy giving this one a lot of thought with another short-ish stack next to Act 2. Pkwy slides a stack in the middle, covers to call. Martinez will fold, and Isagire, for his tournament life, needs to fade an ace. We have a coin flip, basically 50-50. Isagire needs to hit a queen or a jack to survive. The ace on the flop would be devastating for him. Let's see if we can get there, if we are Ricardo.
Clubs also working in favor of the shorter stack. And here comes the flop.
Do a run out we go, and there is a jack for Isagire. Pkwy in big trouble now. Is going to need an ace and an ace only.
And it can't be the ace of clubs. 2 outs, and Isagire doubles up. And now has over 4 million in his stack. That's going to take a lot of the pressure off here. Martinez now not loving that. Was definitely rooting for a bust out here, as he is now going to be the short stack with just about 10 big blinds.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
And obviously Pkwy not loving that is either. Now down to 3.4 million.
I think you're jamming every ace there too, probably. Probably jamming every ace.
I use it for you. Maybe better for him.
Probably even jam like queen 9, king 9 suited, jack 9 suited.
But it will be better if you fix.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you don't jam those.
Get those two later. Curtain rolls down on the table.
Hear a lot of noise in the background there. We got a Turbo Monster stack going on today and the High Roller event. Rounding out the final day here of the Summer Poker Open. It's been an exciting event. Tons of players have been here for the last couple of weeks. We love it whenever we have a tournament series going on.
Cool.
Moreno opens this one from the hijack with Queen Jack suited. Sorry, Vasquez opens with Queen Jack offsuit. Moreno calls with Queen Jack suited. Folds around to Monahan in the big blind with 7-5. He's getting a pretty good price to see a flop here. And with all the chips in the world, he's going to do that. Seven five, actually, the statistical favorite going in, with Vasquez and Moreno having the same cards. But it's going to come out ace high, 2 diamonds. Monahan with a gut shot. Vasquez and Moreno both missing.
Didn't try. I don't know what unfolding is.
Double gutter actually for Monahan here. Can hit a 6 or a deuce to make a straight. He'll check to Moreno. Checks around.
Any card, deuce, 5, 6, or 7 gives Monahan the best hand. Queen Jack will be chopping otherwise. It's very rare that you'll see a Hold'em hand where everybody is exactly 33% according to the graphics. The Queen Jacks would be chopping, of course. Really, the equities are essentially 33% for Monahan and 66% for both other players.
Indeed. First one to fire is probably just going to take this pot, though, and it's going to be Vasquez. That's 700,000, which looks really strong with his stack, but Monahan does not give up, flips in a call here. And interestingly, Monahan might be able to steal this one no matter what comes out on this river. 10 of diamonds. Queen high for Vasquez is the best hand. What will Monahan do? 3.2 million in the middle.
And he does. He just rips it versus Vasquez. This sucks if you're facing this bet because you've just got queen high, queen jack high at that.
And front door diamonds get there. No straights made it, but he doesn't need a straight. He just needs a single pair to win this, or even king high.
It's pretty clear. It's just...
And I mean, this is for Vasquez's tournament life. I don't know how on earth you could ever make this call with just queen high. Annoying to get rid of the chips, but Monahan takes it down.
Big stack doing big stack stuff and increases his lead. Over 19 million in Monahan's stack now, and Vasquez back down to about 10 big blinds.
It's never personal. Well, sometimes it's personal.
I won with the
Not with you, though.
Yeah, brother from another mother.
That's his dad. That's his dad. He's 40, he's 18.
King Jack suited for Moreno. One of the larger stacks. And it will be him applying some pressure this time. Looks like 550. Martinez, the shortest stack at the table, finding ace queen on the button. Gotta imagine the chips are going in here. And they are. All in is Martinez for just shy of 2 million chips.
Moreno sitting with King Jack suited, and an interesting decision here. Unless Vasquez can wake up with a monster himself. And Vasquez picks up pocket aces from the big blind. As dreamy a scenario as it gets. I think Moreno was going to make the call if folded to, but it's not going to happen. Moreno's already exposed his cards. He's going to be folding most likely. He gets out of the way with the King Jack suited, and Martinez is in horrible trouble against aces from Vasquez.
Yeah, hates to see that King Jack face up because Ace Queen needs those cards to make a
I'll root for you too.
straight here.
Okay, why not?
Martinez is going to need a couple of queens or a lot of black cards.
Queen.
And that is just about going to seal the deal there. Going to need runner, runner, queens, or something like deuce, deuce, or king, king.
And it does not happen. Vasquez goes from micro stack to mega stack, knocks out Martinez, and is going to be in third position of chips on the final table now.
A great run there for Jesus Martinez. He'll be taking home $29,600 for his run here today, and he's been playing that short stack very well. Just ran into it this time. Ace Queen on the button. Obviously can't get away from that. 29-6 going his way, and now 6 players remaining here at the final table. All of them guaranteed $37,350. But that top spot is almost $150,000 more than that. $182,670 for first place, and everybody eyeing that top spot. With one player eliminated, average stack now at around 30 big blinds, so still plenty of play for most of these players. Pkwy now finds himself with the lowest stack, but he's got well over 10 big blinds. Nobody in emergency territory at this moment. Early open for Moreno here. Obviously can widen your range out a little bit when you're six-handed, but ace-6, a little speculative here. But he is one of the larger stacks and can afford to apply some pressure. Folds quickly around to the blinds. Vasquez gets out of the way from the small blind, and Turov looking down at Jack-7 is likely to do the same. He can peel a flop here with a little bit of connectivity and only one more big blind to call, but doesn't want to play this one out of position, and he'll find the muck as well.
I lost that extra 50K, put the tax on it.
Ace-4 suited for Pkwy. He will open this one. Looks like 525. Nope, 500,000 exactly. Vasquez finds a tight fold on the button here with King Queen. Folds through to Moreno. Got one of the larger stacks and 5-6. Could go either way here.
Folding largely due to how short Pkwy was to start the hand. Easy decisions post-flop for Pkwy if he flops any pair.
So big.
I've definitely seen it.
On the F2?
Yeah. The Aria Championship this summer, I was final 2 tables. I was chip leader. There was a guy that had one big blind with like 14 players left. And
The Vietnamese guy?
yeah, he won the tournament. He had one big.
And then he won the high roll?
Yeah.
2.7 mil?
What?
I played with him last week.
Yeah.
Young kid.
Yeah. A lot of people don't like him. I think he plays very annoying, and he does a lot of things that are bad for the game, but
He didn't do anything when I played with him.
yeah, he like unnecessarily tank stalls and just does all these little grimy things.
He made the best call I've ever seen. They called 9 high. Hot sauce bet on the river. for half a stack. His name Leo?
What?
His name Leo?
I don't know his name.
I don't think that it's that simple. I mean, he's Vietnamese, so probably.
Folds to the cutoff. Vasquez with ace-4 will open to 500,000. Queen-9 suited on the button for Turov. He's given it some thought, but he'll get out of the way. Suited king for Moreno in the small blind, and he is going to raise big here, putting the pressure back on Vasquez, who just got out of danger.
Yeah, Vasquez with less than 20 big blinds here and ace-4 off will have to fold. This is where players like Moreno try and differentiate themselves from the pack. He's going to try and pile on the pressure to the small stacks of Pkwy, Isikire, and Vasquez. Turov in the same ballpark as everyone else as well. He's also got less than 20 bigs. It's only Monahan and Moreno with a good breathable, we'll call it, stack at the moment.
Yeah, and that pressure working out for Moreno as he is back up over 10 million chips again.
Sorry. I don't know if it flashed. Okay.
Isikire picks up a king from the blind and will jam against Pkwy, who will not be defending the flat tire. I learned a fun fact, Dan. Do you want to know why Jack 4 is called the flat tire?
What's a Jack 4?
There you go. You already know. You know all the tricks.
To fold. Expertly done.
Action folding all the way around to the button. Easyator looking down at pocket 4s here. Thought he might put a little pressure on with the small pair, but he's going to let it go. The big stack in the big blind is pretty scary when you're looking down at a small pair like that. Pkwy going to gamble here with 4-2 out of the small blind, and he's going to have Monahan dominated somehow with 3-2.
We've got two monsters clashing here. This is real final table poker you're watching, and Pkwy flops a flush draw. That's pretty good, right?
Good enough for me.
Might be good enough for Vlad. We'll see what Monahan opts to do.
Check, check with that ace-high board. Nobody should have an ace on a limped pot here at the final table.
I was just going to order food. Thanks.
Board pairs.
Pkwy looks to be counting out some chips, taking a stab on the turn. Now we'll see what Monahan wants to do. If he wants to fight back, go for the bluff with the old 3 high.
Yeah, it's definitely a razor fold here. It's not a call for Monahan.
Yeah, never. You don't need any expert analysis or insight for that one. Putting in a call here would be suicide, and Monahan will get out of the way.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Can I? Oh, no, it's okay. Can I just get 3 eggs over medium and sliced avocado? Yeah. I can pay for it. Actually, I gotta grab my phone. I'll grab it on the, yeah.
Folds all the way through to Vlad's button here. He looks down at an ace. And for the first time in a while, he doesn't have the biggest stack in the big blind. Beat 5 was eliminated earlier this orbit.
675, raise from seat 4.
Pkwy raising it up here to 675. Monahan out of the way. And Vasquez in the big blind does have an ace, but he finds a slightly worse ace this time than Pkwy. Last time he had ace 6 over Vlad's ace 5 and jammed it in. This time he'll find the fold. Reno under the gun finds 2 black 9s.
Raise 500 from 1.
And an early open to 500,000.
Fold.
Folds through to the blinds. A suited king for Vasquez. He'll get out of the way, as will Turov with deuce 4 offsuit.
No big decisions here for anyone right now. This is the point in the tournament where it will take a true clashing of premiums.
You don't have a good hand.
To see any of these larger stacks get involved with each other. The shorter stacks, though, under pressure to find good spots to jam, get involved for all of it.
Where are you from?
I live in Austin, which is just like 2 hours.
I think you're from another country.
Oh no, I mean my father is Mexican and my mother's Greek and Turkish. So I'm a mix. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like he's Turkish.
I've been to the motherland. It's great. I love it.
Where are you living?
My family's from Izmir. Izmir, yeah.
Waiting for the graphics to catch up here, but Izagirre is all in for about 4 million chips.
Yeah, I was enjoying that conversation between Moreno and Pkwy, but shoving takes precedence. We'll see what happened here. Monahan with a decision, but not one worth calling. Vasquez, same boat. Danilo Turov, same boat. Let's see if Andrew Moreno can wake up with it. He did not, so.
For you.
No graphics needed. He got a shovable hand. He shoved. Nobody could call.
Raise and take. And just in time to pay the big blind.
We're learning together. This is great.
Yeah.
4.06.
It was ace-queen offsuit, that last hand.
Seven, four. 8, 4. 9, 4. 7.
Bolts to the blind. Moreno will limp in with queen tray. And Izagirre checking his option here is going to disguise the strength of his hand, playing this ace in position.
Bottom pair flopped here for Moreno. Moreno starting with a check, and Izagirre, who slow played his hand pre-flop, thinks ace high may be good a chunk of the time, will lead out, making it 500 to go. Moreno not going anywhere just yet. Hard to make a pair and hold him. Heads up. So Moreno calling. Turning 7 of diamonds here does give a gut shot to Izagirre. 6 would give him a straight. He does check back. River card 4 of clubs. Board very connected, wet. Either player in love with this, most likely. Should just go check, check here most of the time.
7-4 gets there, but Moreno with the bottom pair will hold unless somehow Izagirre blasts him off this one.
$1.35.
Moreno choosing to turn his bottom pair into a bluff, but it will be a quick fold from Izagirre.
Six deuce back again, back to back.
What?
6 deuce back to back.
Back to back. Might have been bluffing with the best hand there. This is how quickly he folded.
Seven, four.
Vasquez with the early rip. Queen 10 suited, and he goes for all of it here. And Danilo Turov wakes up with 9s. We could have a clash. This is a huge all-in, though. Well over 10 big blinds.
Yeah, brutal decision here for Turov. Hoping that nobody else wakes up with something big behind you. This would be to knock out another player from the tournament, but pay jumps are so big. Certainly a big decision for him.
Using one of those extensions, rightfully so. 4.5 million in his stack.
Players are not required to throw those time extensions into the middle. If they go over their time limit, the dealer will collect them after the hand, but some players just like to throw them themselves over the course of the thinking process. Turov uses time extension number 2. This is the most amount of time extensions we've seen someone use on this final table so far for an individual decision. Turov trying to count out the total size of the all-in. He's now asked for a count, so he will get a quick pause onto his clock and a restart. It is 3,950,000. It's ugly here if you're Turov. Third time extension used now. Extra minute and a half of time he has needed. And Turov gets his chips in the middle with Vasquez. I think it's the right decision, and he's going to be ahead right now, so let's see what happens.
I've never folded my big blind.
It's going to be Vasquez at risk, but with 2 overcards and the clubs, it's going to be basically a flip here.
We do have a flip for all of the chips. Camera panning up to Danilo Turov. It looks like Vasquez has walked away to talk to his rail. Let him know what's going on. It's Queen 10 versus Red 9s.
And somebody's either going to be eliminated or crippled. Again, we saw this earlier between these same 2 players, and Vasquez was crippled and ended up making a great comeback.
And Vasquez is going to do it again. He has flopped himself a 10. Outflops Turov, but Turov turns a 9. Now we need a jack for Vasquez to stay alive in this tournament. And we get it! Jack on the
going on here?
And Vasquez with the most, oh my God, one of the most crazy runouts we've seen all tournament.
Yeah, definitely the hand of the tournament so far. And Vasquez now up to 8.5 million. Turov crippled down to 2 big blinds.
What a brutal, brutal flop turn and river. Lead changing on every single street. Gotta feel for Danilo Turov. Was on the brink of securing himself a pay jump and a huge amount of chips, but instead it's the double up for Vasquez. Wow, I got nothing. That was crazy.
What a turn of events, and Danilo now is going to have to find something here in the next couple of hands before he has to put his whole stack in the big blind.
Wait, hold on. Are you big?
Yeah.
You just put 250, right?
Yeah.
Small? Yeah.
So then you put 125.
125.
Yeah.
Two definitely big ones on that hand.
look of disappointment here on Turov's face. That's a painful flip to lose. About as bad as it gets, to be quite honest with you.
Especially after that turn card. Oh my, you just got to feel like you have it locked up when you turn that set. Vasquez, Queen 9 suited, opens this one now. He's got some chips to play with. And it looks like it's going to be a raise and take here unless Monahan decides to peel a flop here with the 6-4. And he is going to take a look here. We've seen this from Monahan. He's got a ton of chips and not afraid to go ahead and put one more big blind in there to see a flop even with these low cards.
Ace-10-8 on the flop is going to be more than favorable for the under-the-gun opener at this stage of the tournament. Vasquez likely to continue betting. Monahan likely to quickly fold.
650 is the c-bet sizing. Monahan will get out of the way. Vasquez picking up more chips. Starting to close the gap between himself and the two big stacks that have been kind of alone on top of the hill for a while here. Vasquez now just 3 million chips shy of Moreno.
You're right here, man. Yo.
Let's go.
Let's go announced, and the short stacks chips are all in the middle.
Doesn't even bother counting them, just splashes them out into the middle. Ishigire looking for a count. Turov finds an ace, good enough to go with barely more than 2 big blinds, and Isagire's got a pair of 7s. Did he just fold? Oh my gosh, he folded.
Very interesting. Pkwy will not be folding here, though, with ace-10 on the button.
My apologies, guys. I could have sworn we were about to see the call from the 7s, but instead, Pkwy's ace-10 looking likely to make the call against Turov. And we see some friend-on-friend violence here.
1.5 million.
1.5 million.
Pkwy raising it up. 1.5 million.
Isolating against the short stack here, who's all in for about 2 big blinds. Can't blame him for that. Doesn't want to play this one 4 ways. Although there is an argument to be made to let everybody in and try to eliminate a player here so everybody gets a pay jump. Pkwy trying to win the tournament, not just secure an extra couple $1,000s.
And as we take a flop, it's got a deuce. Turov has outflopped Pkwy here. Turns a 10. Pkwy retaking the lead here. But it's Danilo's turn to spike the river. A 4-pairing deuce, and Turov's wild ride continues. He's still in this thing.
Holy cow. Crazy boards these last couple of hands for Turov.
Good fold, Ricardo, with the 7s pre-flop. All jokes aside, what a crazy set of runouts here for Danilo. He's been on the receiving end of 2 pretty brutal suckouts, or rather, giving one, receiving one back. It's crazy out here, but he's still managing to survive with just about 5 big blinds in his stack.
What an emotional roller coaster. I won, I lost, I won, I lost. Turov will be in the big blind this time, so a good percentage of his stack will be in there. 500,000 of his 1.7.
Too big, and hands up.
Turov talking about both of them going from 2 bigs to heads up. That would be quite the story.
Yeah, I say. Let's go. Let's go.
And Isagire is going to peel a monster. Ace queen suited from the hijack will jam it all in over Turov's big blind. Look to take all of that back.
Heads up. Chop. No problem.
No. Yeah,
Thank you.
Sad as it is for Turov, if he has to fold, he's almost losing everything he won from his double up, right?
Pretty close. He's
And
not going to be
Turov has
folding.
aces. Oh my gosh, guys, this is crazy. I cannot remember a crazier stretch of few hands for one player. Turov wakes up with rockets from the big blind. Are you not entertained?
And if he wins this one, he's going to be healthy again here. 3.3 million in this pot. Obviously, he would still be the shortest stack, but that's going to feel pretty good after having 450,000 in his stack just moments ago.
It's always a sweat throw. Isagire with a gut shot to Broadway here.
It seems like he might be the favorite after what we've seen these last few hands. I mean, there's 4 10s in the deck.
But we do not see a 10. We see Turov find another double up, and now Isagire is the shortest stack on the table, unbelievably.
What a wild ride this last orbit has been. I was starting to think that there's just no clashes anymore. The card distribution was terrible for like an hour straight there, and now look at this. Just 3 wild hands out of 4. Just crazy.
Yeah, absurd stuff to see the players waking up with it all at once here. The short stacks are going to war this tournament. There is no crazy big blind or rather big stack aggression right now. It's short stacks are fighting for everything, and they're waking up with hands over these last 15 to 20 minutes here. Shelfcoffee waking up with ace-jack here from the hijack, and all of his chips are entering the middle.
3.7.
3.7?
3.7 million. More than 10 big blinds here.
7, 8, and 9 fold. And 1 fold.
It's going to be a raise and take. Nobody really with anything to defend with.
A roller coaster ride.
You need to make stack a little bit shorter, and it's work after this.
Yeah, you need like 3 bigs to spin. Yeah.
No, 2.
That's too much to spin. Two. Oh, these guys know better.
No cheating, no cheating.
Yeah.
2 bigs.
2 bigs. Yeah.
3 bigs is
3 bigs is
luxury.
deep stack.
Deep stack.
Yeah. 2 bigs is the fucking nuts. Yeah.
Card distribution has not been favorable to Mikey Monahan recently. He will get out of the way and fold. It's now Vasquez's turn to peel a pretty nice looking hand. He himself sitting well north of 30 big blinds here with the ace-5 suited. And Moreno picks up ace-6 suited from the small blind. See how he wants to act here. Moreno having 40 big blinds in his stack.
1.85.
Moreno getting aggressive. 1.85 million out of the small blind, sizing up here more than 3x. Gets Isaguirre out of the way, and now back to Moreno. This is an unfortunate spot.
Yeah, we've seen Moreno, when he's out of position, usually comes with these larger sizings from the 3-bet. Put the pressure on Vasquez. And Vasquez incentivized to not tangle with these bigger stacks. Vasquez will get out of the way.
Ready for you, man.
Stop it there, not enough. Need more. Today new Mercedes cost like 80,000.
Action folding through to the button here. Moreno with a suited connector, giving it some thought. He's got quite the chip lead over the two players in the blinds, and he is going to put max pressure on. Neither of the blinds can defend this one. It's going to be a steal with the 7 high. Turov with a baby pair here, giving it some thought. And he will open. He goes big, 800,000 with threes. And Moreno right behind him finds big slick. Turov is going to be in trouble again.
Moreno waking up with it here. Let's see if Turov wants to just spin the wheel. I don't know if he's going to want to or not. We'll see. It's a big 800K open, immediately bitten back at by Moreno.
Yeah, and Moreno's sizing such that he's definitely never folding to an all-in here from Turov.
Of course not, yeah. Never with a hand like Ace-King. Action coming to you live here from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. Had a question in the chat. Champions Club, located here at 6440 West End Houston Parkway. We are here all the time, open 24/7, host a bunch of different tournament series here, including this, what you're watching right now, the Summer Poker Open. We've got 2 more Poker Opens coming up during the next 2 seasons. The Fall Poker Open begins in October 1st to be precise, and the Winter Poker Open, details coming soon. Usually those events are held either in, I believe, the end of December or January. More details to come on that. We will at least have $1 million guaranteed main event. I'd like to throw up one of those every time we run one of these series, so make sure to come by and check out the action.
Folds to the button of Pkwy. He looks down at pocket nines. Raise incoming. He just ships it all in here.
Yeah, button versus the monster stack and a short stack is going to just jam. Fine getting it in with Monahan's stack. Fine to steal from Vasquez, who has a smaller stack than Moreno and Monahan. Pkwy taking it down.
No.
One fold, 3 folds. Okay. 5, 4 folds.
Not much for anybody in this orbit. Folds quickly around here to the blinds. Vasquez has something.
And Danilo Turov with such a short stack here, less than 10 big blinds.
You wanna bust with your brother?
Ace Jack is fine to get it in with. He just commits all of Turov's chips. And Turov quickly making the call. Cards on their backs. Turov with King Jack. Vasquez with Ace Jack. Dominating situation. And Turov is going to need another miracle to stay alive in this tournament.
Magic right now.
Vasquez going back to his same sweating position that he was last time. Let's see if he gets the same kind of luck.
King, in the window.
Turov asking for a king, but not getting it. 10 high with 2 hearts out there. Vasquez with the best heart is in really good shape. Oh, and the king finds the turn, but Vasquez now with a gutter to Broadway.
Oh, my God.
We see another roller coaster. No, Danilo with the full double up.
Oh, my gosh. Turov has been involved in all of these wild all-ins, and he has managed to survive the last few. Crazy stuff from him to spin all the way back up to over 4 million in his stack. 4.5. Wow.
I said no need to.
He has 10x'd his stack in one orbit. Last time he was in the big blind for 450,000. Insane.
Wow. These young guys.
Turov still doesn't even have 20 big blinds after these doubles, but he's certainly feeling good, especially with Isagire coming up on his blinds, and he's only got 1.9 million in his stack.
Yeah, fuck, I go smoke.
No, last hand. We got one more in. This will be the last hand, and we'll take a break out.
You heard our lovely tournament director here, Brian, saying this is the last hand before the players take a break. We will not be taking a break due to some movie magic. We will be cutting out that break. Don't believe we're going to see any race-offs. All these chips that you see in play are going to be that way for the rest of the tournament, greens, blues, and blacks alike.
Yeah, I'm sure Brian will get rid of some of those chips, but not for a race-off here. We'll see a lot more plaques when we come back from the break. Easy hitter, all in. King, Queen of Hearts under the gun. And he is currently the shortest stack here.
Off of that stack, you need to jam a hand this strong. Can't ever raise, never folding to a raise. Obviously can't fold, so all his chips committed.
Especially with the blinds about to go up, and he'll be in the big blind next hand. I think blinds are going to be 150, 300,000 when we come back from break.
Right?
Moreno checking to see if he can call for an elimination. Looking at the strength of his hand, he's got 7-5 off, which I don't think is going to fit the bill. Willing to give Isagire another orbit here by folding.
Yeah, he will get out of the way. And Moreno has closed the gap here, closing in on Monahan. He's got 13.7. Monahan, who's been the chip leader for a long time now, at 16.8.
I think I would have folded that. I would call it here. But yeah. I mean, it's close. I mean, it's pretty close.
Taking a look here at the payouts, we have already seen 3 eliminations and 6 players remain, all eyeing the top spot for $182,000. This is going to be fun to see the conclusion of this tournament. Pay jumps all super significant. We've got 10,000 between 6th and 5th, and it only gets more severe from there. Huge pay jumps between 3rd, 2nd, and 1st as well. 40K and then 60K pay jumps to end the night.
It has been a fun one so far. That last couple of orbits was very exciting, and Turov is on the roller coaster for sure.
Right now, the player who's going to be at risk and most liable to finish 6th in our tournament is going to be Ricardo Isagire. He is short stacked, and that short stack situation is only going to get more severe as the clock continues to tick tonight.
Yeah, not only that, but forced to put 600,000 in the middle on this just for the big blind and the big blind ante. He's going to be pretty committed to this one if he has anything to play with. So we are back with 150, 300,000 in the blinds. It's going to put a lot of pressure on everybody, as the average stack now is 25 bigs, but a lot of those chips are in 2 of these stacks. So the shorter stacks, very close to 10 big blinds each. Vasquez finds ace 10 of diamonds and raises, and a quick all-in from Danilo. Out of the small blind, he's got a pocket 7s.
Turov with the absolute snap rip. That was incredibly fast. It went 600, 4.425 million, faster than you can blink. Ricardo has to love this situation. He could have potentially gotten a pay jump if one of these 2 players went broke, but luckily for Turov, it was a fold. He does not have to fight in a flip. And now he's got a larger stack than Vasquez after these last few interactions.
Danny getting too used to shoving those chips in the middle. He better start taking inventory and realize he's got some chips to play with now.
I think he had kind of made up his mind, aware that Vasquez is an aggressive, strong player who may be opening a decently wide range. Obviously, ace-10 of diamonds perfectly fine to open, don't get me wrong. Although off of his stack, it is certainly a raise fold, I'd say.
Have to agree with that. In our big stack here, Monahan has been very quiet for about an hour, just not having cards to play with here. And with Moreno being aggressive and Vasquez being aggressive, he doesn't have to just apply pressure every hand. But unfortunately for him, Moreno is now closing the gap.
Danilo Turov waking up with ace-8 suited here. Does make the fold rather than open up, putting pressure on the two shorter stacks, Pkwy
10 million.
and Isagire. And Moreno
10
puts them both all in pocket threes. And Pkwy waking up with King Jack, but I mean, look at the amount of chips that Isagire has in his stack. He's just barely got more than $1 million. Pkwy could try and call and hope he's in a flip situation, but he's going to be crushed a lot of the time. So I think this is just going to be a standard fold for him.
And I think this is exactly why Turov found the muck as well. He recognized that the short stack was in the small blind, and it was likely going to cost him at least $1.5 million no matter what he played.
Fancy. Book play, always a book play with me.
I snap calling him blind and blind. Snap call.
Yeah, just play by the book. What do you want from me?
Король валет.
We obviously appreciate all of you guys tuning in from around the world to watch this final table. We've got players and spectators alike from all around coming to check out the final table action. For all of you Houstonians out there, there is one more chance in the Summer Poker Open if you want a way to get your hands on one of these trophies. At the end of 9:15 p.m. Central over here, that will be the end of registration for our last chance nightly tournament for the Summer Poker Open. So if you want a chance to get your hands on one of these beautiful trophies, make sure to come on down to Champions Club and get in the action before it's all said and done for the Summer Poker Open.
Moreno opening this one with King-8 suited. Will steal the blinds. And getting closer to Monahan's chip lead now. Just 1.2 million short. Those two players with almost 60% of the chips in play. Turov a distant third place now after that wild 10 or 15 hands before the break. And another quality hand here for Turov. Ace-10, six-handed. But out of position, recognizing the tiny stack of Isagire, he is going to let it go. Turov has been very cautious with these out-of-position plays. And it'll be blind on blind now. It folds around to Monahan, and he's reaching for the big ones, putting all the pressure on Vasquez. Be a raise and take it here from the small blind.
He went 11 million, yeah. He one up me.
I don't know if you caught that, but kind of a cold killer move from Moreno. He knows exactly how many plaques that are in Monahan's stack. He's been eyeing that up this entire time. Sees 11 of them for 11 million. Make no mistake, Moreno is playing for the title today. He's slowly been closing the chip gap, and if he is able to obtain a chip lead or a big enough lead over some of these shorter stacks, he is certainly going to get aggressive. Is able to find the raise here with the fours under the gun.
It goes to 600,000, and it's quickly folding around to the dealer button here. Monahan obviously is going to let go of this 6 deuce. And it looks like it's going to be a raise and take.
You feel better?
You had no overs. I had a wired pair. You ever heard anyone say that? A wired pair? Old school.
All in, under the gun, easy wera with the king jack. Action quickly folding around to the blinds.
What? It's 1.3.
Moreno asking for a count here, would be dominated if he makes this call. I don't think he's going to give these chips away to E. But he does find the call, and this is going to be a great shot here for Eze Herrera to double up and be back in the mix with 3 million chips. A huge favorite here, but he will be the one at risk. Comes out all hearts, and Eze Herrera has the best heart as well, so 93% now. And that will do it. Ace of hearts seals the deal. Full double up, and he is right back in the game.
Ricardo now with 3.1 million in his stack, 10 big blinds to work with once again.
Still the short stack, but that's got to feel good.
Short stack, and has to put 600,000 of that right back into the middle. Very next hand.
Nice hand.
Very cool.
Quickly folding all the way around to the blinds here.
Moreno still in position to put the pressure. All in are the chips. He's going to bump things up here. Make it a tough decision for Ricardo Izaguirre, who peels Queen 5 suited. This is just on the cusp here, but he will make the fold. Knowing Moreno is an aggressive, strong player, but no reason to take what could be a disastrous situation. Wait a couple more hands at least.
Folds around to the button here, and Moreno with another king. This time he will not put the pressure on. Gets out of the way, and it is an all-in from Eziguera. 10-3 suited, and Pkwy is not going to be folding here, and he's got the suit covered with ace-jack of diamonds, and Eziguera is going to need some help here, or he will be eliminated in 6th place.
If Pkwy somehow cannot win this pot, he is going to be left with two big blinds, sorry, 2.5. Going to be a horrible situation for him if Eziguera can find the suck out. As we prepare to take a flop, it is an ace-high board. Runner is needed for Eziguera to stay alive.
6.
Turn card
1.
Introducing some small possibilities. Deuce ball, non-diamond will be his salvation, but it does not come. Vlad Pkwy eliminates Ricardo Eziguera in 6th place. What a battle from him, and what a good run.
Yeah, amazingly played that short stack for a long time here, but runs into it this time. He'll be taking home $37,350 for his efforts here today, and everyone else is moving up the ladder, locking up almost another $10,000. $47,150 guaranteed. First place, $182,670, and everybody is one step closer. 5 players left now. Average stack about 30 bigs. And we will play on here. And that is going to put Pkwy back in the mix. Going to be around 6 million, I believe. Yeah, 6 million in his stack. That's going to put him in 3rd place, taking that spot from Turov. He's been on the roller coaster.
We need to get back the Vegas money.
Yeah, I heard.
Vasquez peeling an absolute monster given the stack depth and the number of players left in this tournament. Ace-queen under the gun.
Remember you was telling me?
Yeah.
It was.
And Vasquez now the short stack with 3.9 million.
I was playing the win.
And he's just going to rip it in there for 13 bigs.
Sure, it didn't help.
You were what?
To be short, it didn't help.
Oh.
4 million.
Moreno making the fold. Pkwy
70 bigs and didn't.
going to take a look.
One bounty.
See if he has a strong enough hand to make this call. He does not. And neither does Mikey Monahan here. Jack 7 suited, not going to be good enough for 13 bigs. We'll make the fold. Moreno waking up with king-queen offsuit from the cutoff. And Pkwy with a pair of 5s and a decision to make now. 20 big blinds in his stack. Pkwy will relinquish the cards. Mikey Monahan will get out of the way with the queen 10. Back over to Vasquez, who will peel 6-3. Suited, but not desirable to do much more than call here. Certainly never jamming. So heads up between Joel Vasquez and Andrew Moreno. Moreno flopping top pair, good kicker. Vasquez flopping middle pair, backdoor diamonds.
$450.
Moreno going small, 1.5 big blinds placed into the middle. This is the awkward situation with Vasquez, who has flopped himself a middle pair. A hand strong enough to make the call on at least one street. But Vasquez is going to be left with less than 10 big blinds. If he loses this pot, he does receive a bit of assistance on the turn. 4 of spades, bringing in the open-ended straight draw for Vasquez. Moreno with a strong enough hand that he will not be folding no matter what happens post-flop. Now as we take a turn, Moreno going to evaluate Vasquez's stack. 6-5-4 is a better set of connected cards for the range of the big blind.
$1,075,000.
$1,075,000 is the announced bet from Andrew Moreno. And JV's going to have a tough decision here.
All in.
JV going all in with the 6-3. Moreno now asking for a count. Moreno now in the blender over this decision. He makes the call, and Andrew Moreno is a 70-30 favorite to eliminate Joel Vasquez. Vasquez has been all in and at risk and behind before, but that hasn't stopped him yet. Let's see if he can get there on another river card. And he can. 6 on the river will give Vasquez a full double up and 9.2 million in chips. What a spike. This has been a crazy series of events. The short stacks have survived for so long in this tournament. All in and at risk multiple times, and they've gotten there almost every single time. Vasquez now sitting with 9.2 million and a commanding third place. Our 2 Ukrainian players, Chirov and Pkwy, are now going to be the 2 short stacks.
Amazing turn. Yeah, we already dead, you know. We cannot die one more time.
Save me up. I had that big hand.
My turn on the roller coaster.
Oh.
Well, we got lucky twice. I called it the way. And I go nowhere.
Got someone in the chat, Caleb, saying this guy is the definition of suck out. I'd rather be the definition of suck out than the definition of bust out. Much better reputation to have for Joel Vasquez, sitting with 9.2 million in his chips, commanding third position now.
Easy decision. Easy.
Heads up here between Vasquez and Monahan. Monahan defending the button with a suited 9. Neither player hit here. Vasquez king high, still in the lead, but Monahan's going to put the pressure on. Looks like a bet of $1 million.
Yeah, Monahan's already opened this pot with the 9-4 suited. Just bet 900,000, choosing to get active, and he's just going to get the respect fold from Vasquez. Monahan been quiet for a while, and it's going to pay off.
Monahan with king queen now. We saw him apply the pressure with a suited 9. You know he's not going to fold this hand. Opens it up. 650. Folds to Moreno. Second in chips. He's looking down at just Jack 5, but giving it some thought. And he will get out of the way.
Patrick Joseph in the chat, rooting on Danilo and Vlad.
Now let us know in the chat, who are you still out there rooting for? Who's the sweat? 5-handed table here at Champions Club. 182,000 up top.
Yeah, Mikey Monahan with a commanding chip lead. Vasquez and Moreno now essentially at parity with each other. Both of them just separated by $1 million, which sounds like a lot, but it's only 3 bigs.
Yeah, three clear tiers here. Monahan on top, Moreno and Vasquez in the middle, and Pkwy and Turov at the bottom right now. Vasquez with a suited ace in the cutoff. Decides to get out of the way.
Moreno now in the small blind is going to limp in with the king tray against Pkwy, who has 6-deuce off.
Ten. 5.
1.3.
And Pkwy, feisty, 1.3 million with the 6-deuce off. Going very polar here with his raising range. I've got to assume either absolute trash or absolute treasure will he be making this play with. And he gets the respect fold out of Moreno. Nice move from Pkwy. You don't want to play a hand that garbage post flop, so get aggressive with it pre.
I like it. Moreno's been very aggressive. Pkwy probably figuring he didn't have much of a hand if he just limps in there. Fall Poker Open coming up next. It's October 1st to the 13th. Mark those dates on your calendar. It's going to be a similar type of series here. A $1 million guaranteed main event. There will be probably 20 or so other events on top of that, and this is a great place to come play these tournaments because we're the only poker club in the entire state that has a hotel on site. A lot of these players traveled here from all over the place, and they're staying right here, which is really convenient. If you're a poker player and play a lot of tournaments, you know it sucks at the end of a 12-hour poker day to go get an Uber or drive across town to your hotel and then have to get up and go to day 2. Here you can just stumble up to your room and catch some Z's and come back down and get right back to the grind.
Andrew Moreno with a real super premium is going to go a standard open size here with his kings, raises to 650. Shovkovy peeling an ace now, ace-6 off from the small.
And he clicked back just the last hand here with 6 deuce, which was against this same player.
He has cards, yeah.
Shovkovy using his final time extension. He does not have any of those left, and he's not going to be getting any more either.
Yeah,
time extensions don't refresh anymore. They only refresh twice this tournament, once at 3 tables, once at 9 players. So Shovkovy has been very diligent with every decision this tournament.
Yeah, and that could be costly later on here when he has a decision. If you run out of time and you have no time bank, your hand is dead.
Monahan with a more than defendable hand, Queen Jack. He will come with a call. Moreno kind of has the best target at the table, the only player in position who's really able to give him a double up. So if Monahan flops a queen or a jack, Moreno could find a way to steal this chip lead. Instead, it is an ace-10-5 board with 2 diamonds. Mikey Monahan with the gut shot, but Moreno blocks it twice. And Moreno, of course, seeing the dreaded ace-high flop when you have kings. And that's not to say Moreno necessarily feels bad about his spot. It's just seems to happen that way.
Right. You never love seeing that ace, but
you have kings. There are 4 aces in the deck, but it feels like there's 10 every time you have them.
Checks it back here, and a 6 of clubs changes absolutely nothing here. Monahan is not going to get runner diamonds. That's really the only thing that changes.
Monahan's got 2 outs in the deck, and it would give Moreno a set. So it would be a very unfortunate cooler were it to come to that.
Monahan checking. Moreno doing the fake look back. I think he remembers he has 2 black kings here. He's just going to check it too. Not sure if this is a trap or if he's worried about a little ace, but in any case, Monahan hits a queen here now and does not fire. Not seeing it on the graphics yet, but Monahan did check as soon as that queen came out.
Moreno seeing Monahan check 3 streets. Probably feels good enough to go for a value bet.
And I think he's going to get value the way this ran out here. Monahan picking up what probably feels like top pair after it checks 3 times.
Monahan flicks in a call, and Moreno will take it down with the black kings.
You get there or no?
Not the best looking run out in the world, but it will be good enough to take the pot.
You in the pot?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I was really hoping that you would, and I'm glad you didn't.
There's a king on the river.
Queen, was it Queen Jack?
Yeah.
Too disciplined, man. Fucked you up.
Yeah, you.
No, you're too disciplined, I mean.
Yeah, I know, not you.
Yeah. Play too good. It's a curse sometimes.
Got a question in the chat here from Matrov asking about our fall series, although we haven't released it yet. Usually the typical structure we take for these is the same one we took for the Summer Poker Open. Week 1 is going to be dedicated to those smaller tournaments, usually headlined by a multi-flight, multi-bag with some guarantee in there. After the multi-flight, multi-bag, which is usually our second biggest tournament of the series, guarantee-wise, the main event will kick off the week after that, usually with plenty of satellites run in between to give you chances to get into the big one without having to pay the big bucks. So generally speaking, if you're planning on firing the main event, make sure to get here during the second week of that series. Or if you want to fire all of it, heck, just get a hotel room, come on in, play some poker for 2 weeks. What could go wrong?
And if you like one-day tournaments, we almost always start with a 100K guaranteed monster stack on day 1. So keep that in mind as well. If that's more your speed,
6,075,000.
typically a $400 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Can't guarantee that, obviously. I don't set the schedule, but we can be pretty sure.
Well, Moreno's open gets jammed on, and Pkwy takes it down with the shove.
Pkwy's been very aggressive against specifically Moreno's raises this last few hands.
Playing 2 bigs, man. What do you want me to do?
Not necessarily targeting, but if you're a poker player, you start to feel those kind of patterns, feel like you're getting picked on. Chips are starting once again to sort of level out in the middle. And Turov down at the bottom, Monahan up at the top. Turov looking for a double here soon with 14 big blinds.
Can you give me a couple?
What?
No, time.
I'll transfer him into your name. I'll transfer him into your name when I pass on.
This one folds around to the blinds here. Vasquez with a suited ace, raising large against Danilo. Turov in the big blind, facing a raise that would put him all in, it looks like, or thereabouts. 3.5 million. And Turov with a king is giving it some thought here. He uses one of his time extensions. He's got plenty of them left. I think he's probably going to find a fold here, but doesn't want Vasquez to just be able to raise and take every time. Wants to show that he's thinking about it. He does find the fold.
Yeah, come closer. You are very friendly. These guys are different.
Oh, thanks.
$600.
On a hand, finding a suited ace in the cutoff will open this one to 600K. Action folding to the second biggest stack. Moreno in the big blind here. Got the 7-4. Gonna have to give it up. Vasquez in the cutoff, opens. King 9. Makes it 600K. Turov on the button, giving it some thought here with ace 8. Is the short stack now with less than 12 bigs. All in from Turov, and he is ahead here of the King 9. Both blinds hit the muck. Action back on Vasquez. These two have been going back and forth quite a bit here these last couple of levels. We've seen some wild runouts. Turov would be a 60-40 favorite if Vasquez makes a call, but Vasquez does get out of the way.
How much was the jam for?
3.4, I believe.
3.4? Thank you.
3.4.
Another ace for Turov, this time ace 6 suited. He'll be the first in here for a raise to 600,000. Action folding to the big blind. Monahan will defend with King 8. And Turov will be in position with the best of it, going heads up into the flop.
Sitting is the new smoking. You got to get up and stretch. There you go. Healthy.
Neither player connecting here. Ace high, still good. Monahan checks. And it'll be a check back from Turov with the ace high, and a queen of spades comes out, changing nothing. This queen should favor the raising range of Turov. Monahan checks. Turov will check it back here. Plenty of showdown value with the ace high, and 4 of clubs, again, missing both players. We've seen Monahan get aggressive in these spots before, but he checks it here, goes check, check, and Turov will pick up this pot here and be closing in on 5 million chips in his stack. Closing in on 6 million, actually. Starting to close the gap here. In fact, he does have just a million shy of Pkwy.
$600.
Turov with another big hand under the gun, wakes up to pocket tens and opens to 600. 3 raises in a row might be setting off some red flags for some of these players, but he's had the cards to do it with. Folds back around to the blinds. And Vasquez finding an ace in the big blind, likely to defend for just one big. Makes the call and heads up we go. Vasquez takes the lead, ace high board. And this actually should favor the raising range of Turov here. Vasquez checks the ace, and Turov will c-bet. Goes with a 350 sizing. Check call from Vasquez as we go to the turn. Turov in need of a 10. Will not get it. Vasquez checking 2 overcards to the 10s out there now, and Turov shuts it down. Check mark delivered for Vasquez. Will he try to get some more chips in the middle? Nope, check, check, and Vasquez will take this one.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Ace tray for Pkwy. 5-handed any ace looks pretty good. Opens to 650. and it will quickly fold around.
Yours.
He only speaks Ukrainian when it's on.
Jack 9 suited for the big stack, and he's going to come with a raise. Apply a little pressure here. 700,000. Sorry, 650. And Turov all in again. Sixes again. They'll get rid of the ace high of Moreno. Does Monahan want to gamble for 4.3 million? The answer is no.
If he doesn't open, I'm not folding to action. I had a hand that's going to call if you jam. Could have been kind of similar spot earlier. The guy had ace queen. I had king 10. You had ace 10. I saw. So it saved you money. You might have saved me money this time. Saved you last time. You saved me this time.
This one folds quickly around to the blinds. Moreno with 5 deuce suited. Not giving up, but not raising either. Last time he limped, Pkwy put the pressure back on with 6 deuce. This time he's got 10-8.
Yeah, 10-8 falling more squarely into the middle of Pkwy's range. We'll see if he wants to go aggro or just check. I think check is the more reasonable play and the more theoretically sound one. Middle of range hand from the blinds. No need to go polar with that raise. King, Jack, 9 on board. Pkwy with a two-way straight draw.
And an interesting lead from Moreno here with the backdoor hearts. On this particular board, if he had any of that, he would have raised from the small blind almost every time.
Yeah, Moreno's range when limping is also actually going to be fairly polar. Moreno will be limping a lot of extremely strong hands as well. And I heard Pkwy say raise. He pulled out the plaque. I think he might have just raised it to a flat million, and that will get the job done versus Moreno. I like the lead from Moreno, mostly because of the fact that it's pretty easy to tell where he's at after he makes this stab. If Pkwy just checked back some garbage, he would also fold. So gets a lot of work done, gets some information for a pretty cheap price. One big blind.
Yeah, I'm agreed.
Pkwy now taking Moreno down to just about even with himself and Vasquez, all of them in that 8 to 9 million range. Monahan still the big chip leader, and Turov still down at the bottom with about 5 million chips.
10.
Vasquez has been aggressive. He is certainly a very, very solid pro. Has been showing his stuff tonight. And he can get there with the best of them on the river sometimes. Very solid performance from him all night, though. Consistent aggression.
Oh, nice.
That's what accumulates you chips on these final tables. Vasquez not afraid to do it.
Yeah, I have watched and called a lot of final tables, and more times than not, the most aggressive players are the ones who make it down to heads up.
Right now, Vasquez has a good chip stack to do it. He's got 8 million, even though he is a tier below that Monahan group. He is currently sitting with more chips for the first time all night than Andrew Moreno. 8.5 million in Moreno's stack, 9.6 in the Vasquez stack after that raise and take it. Pkwy 7 million, Turov just about 5. He is currently sitting in the danger zone, is Danilo Turov.
Great looking cash game hand there, the 7-6 suited, but not so great final table hand. He gets out of the way. Does Moreno. Pkwy will open this though with Queen 9 on the button.
Monahan waking up with the gorgeous Queen Jack off from the small blind for just one big blind more, or rather 1.5 more. He can get in there. Using a time extension, I'll bet that Monahan is looking for a 3-bet here.
1.7.
Button versus small blind, goes for the raise.
Put in 2 million in plaques, but I think he said a different number. Yeah, 1.7.
1.7 million is the raise, and that's a very chunky size of Pkwy's stack. He's pretty handcuffed here. This aggression is going to get the fold. You can tell Vlad did not want to fold that hand, but you do what you must under these circumstances.
Let's go. Oops, sorry.
6 on. 6 on.
C6 reduces to 600.
Monahan wielding the big stack here, raising on the button with 8-5. Gets 10-8 to fold, but Turov will defend here with 10-7 suited. So we know one of those 10s is in the muck. We also know one of those 8s is in the muck. Turov will be a favorite here, but out of position against the chip leader.
Danilo Turov flops top pair and a flush draw. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous flop. Mikey Monahan, it could not peel Danilo's hands off of this board if he tried. This is a beautiful flop for him. And Monahan is going to go huge on this flop. He goes monster bet 900K, and Turov says, give me your chips. Monahan's got a stone cold bluff. He can't do anything here, but kind of wild to see the 900K bets. I know that sounds like it's saying a lot, but it's a 3 big blind bet on this board. Looking to just take it down immediately, and he got all the info he could ever want. He knows he's, you know, drawing dead, basically. Makes the fold.
Oh, my first one. Let's go.
Turov with his first million chip plaque.
He's heating up.
Need to check.
It's a chocolate.
Yeah. Best flop I ever see. Huh?
5 high,
I have best hand.
4, 5 of diamonds.
No, better. I won when you have aces.
Mikey Monahan waking up with a beautiful hand, 5-handed. Ace-Jack. It's a good hand, 9-handed, let alone 5. We'll open things up from the cutoff here for the minimum amount, 600,000. And he is going to run into Andrew Moreno in the big blind. 2 players who've had bigger stacks all night. We'll see if Moreno wants to defend the King 5-0 here. Andrew Moreno getting aggro. Looks like he is going to make a click here over Monahan's raise. See what the final amount is. I think I heard 2.3. Yeah, 2.35 million from Moreno. And I mean, if you're Monahan, you've got ace-jack. What do you do here? You're in position, so you can certainly make the call. But, I mean, 5-handed, this might just be good enough to go with. Against a super aggro player like Andrew Moreno, yeah, Mikey Monahan is going to 4-bet here with the ace-jack. Andrew Moreno, caught with his hand in the cookie jar, is forced to fold 2.3 million chips. And all of a sudden, Mike Monahan's chip lead has exploded. Andrew Moreno is down to 5.8 million in his stack. Hasn't been lower than that today.
Yeah, for the first time in a while, Turov not the shortest stack. It's going to be Moreno.
Monahan correctly assessing the potential over-aggression from Moreno. Puts in the 4-bet, and I have to imagine maybe there's a 6 situation where he folds to a 5-bet jam, but Monahan definitely sharp with the table dynamics, picks off a big bluff from Moreno.
Folds around to the button here. Turov getting aggressive with the Queen 8, raises to 600,000. Definitely a better than average hand, but he's going to run into it here as Moreno has King 8 suited in the small blind and now has the shortest stack at the table. He just last hand lost a huge chunk of his chip, getting overly aggressive with the King High. This time he's suited, but still a pretty weak kicker. Facing a raise. He is coming with the 3-bet.
Yeah, he's at 1.650.
Raising it just over $1 million. 1.65 is the new number. Action folds back to Turov.
I fold.
Turov will get out of the way, and I believe blinds are going to be going up after that hand.
Thank you.
That's right. Even the stream game is $10. For the month of July and August, all games will be $10 an hour all day, every day, all month long.
$10 an hour games in the cash room for the rest of the month. Come check us out here at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. We're also the only poker club with a hotel on site. And if you're playing cash games, play for 4 hours in a day, you get a special room rate. Play for 8 hours, you get your room for free. So at $10 an hour, you're getting a hotel room for $80, plus you get to play poker. And you might make some money. Poker games here in Texas are amazing. If you haven't experienced it, you should come check it out. Coming back now with new blinds. I believe we're going up to 200, 400. And that is going to put the pressure on. Average stack now 500 is 23 big blinds, but that is going to be skewed by Monahan having a huge percentage of the chips in his stack, about a third of them.
One fold. Ten. Call the 400.
Some folds around here to the small blind. Pkwy just calling with 10-9 suited. Monahan giving it some thought with queen high here. Graphics a bit off on this hand. Blinds are actually 200, 400, so the pot a little bit smaller than what we're seeing. And it's a swing and a miss for both players here. Monahan does flop a gut shot. Queen high still good. Pkwy has a bigger gut shot. And either player can really represent this flop here on a limped blind versus blind. This is the kind of board that should connect. And it looks like Vlad is going to go ahead and lead. $600,000, and it is quickly called by Monahan, so that might slow Vlad down unless he hits that miracle 8. But it will be the deuce of diamonds, which really changes nothing. Pkwy slows it down, checks it over here. And Monahan's going to go with about a half pot bet. 1.15 million.
All in.
Wow, check raise all in from Pkwy with 10 high. And this is really going to put Monahan to the test here. He only has queen high, no pair, just a gut shot.
3, yeah.
4 million.
Yeah, what a sick move here from Pkwy. Just just thinking to himself that Monahan has absolutely nothing here, and he's right this time. Monahan could definitely have pieces of this board from the big blind, but what a move by Vlad.
675.
And obviously it's going to work, and it's going to work for a sizable pot here. Going to put Pkwy up to 9.5 million and take a little dent out of Monahan's stack. He's still in great shape with 15 million in his stack, but that was quite the move against the big stack from Pkwy.
Yeah, that was one of the bluffs of the night, if not the bluff of the night so far. Vlad, very skilled tournament player, originally from Kyiv, Ukraine, but lives in Houston. See him here all the time, always playing our tournaments. Pleasure to have Pkwy in the room.
Most definitely, and he is a tournament crusher, make no mistake. We've seen him on this final table a number of times on the stream. But we don't stream every final table, and you'll see him in a lot of the final tables that are not on the stream. Over 700K on Hinden Mob, and almost all of that from local Houston tournaments.
Let's go.
800?
800 from field 1. 4 slow.
Moreno coming with the open here with Jack-9 suited, makes it 800,000 to go, and looks like we have a re-raise from Monahan out of the small blind. Mystery hand for him, but going with a large 3-bet size. I see 3 plaques out on the table, so at least 2 million. Yeah, 2.5 million is the raise. Action back on Moreno. He will get out of the way, and we won't ever know what Monahan had there. Mystery hand takes it down. No flop necessary.
One fold. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Again.
Folds around to the blind, and Vasquez got the premium. Big slick.
10.
Turov in the big blind, the short stack at the table.
How much did you say?
I couldn't hear
How much
you.
did you say?
6 million.
6 million. Look at that.
I heard million.
Vasquez goes for all of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Raises to 6 million, which would be enough to put Turov all in, and just takes it down right there.
Egg fold queens.
It's exactly.
Yeah. I said 50-50. No need. I will find better spot. Yeah, yeah.
Just shove over my open.
80-20, you 80, I'm 20. Better. Huh?
Just shove over my open and easy chip.
Oh, I have good hands. You will see it very soon.
From ace king to queen jack. Vasquez now on the button.
A little under 6 total with this.
Getting a chip count from the big blind, and he's just going to ship it all in with the queen high. Turov out of the way. Moreno looking down at queen high of his own, but queen 9 suited. Be quite the dog against Vasquez's shove here. Moreno does find the fold. Hyper aggression there from Vasquez. 2 hands in a row. Jamming into stacks that are both north of 10 big blinds. But gets the desired results. The 2 short stacks both chipped away at, and now Vasquez and Pkwy basically tied for second. Monahan still on top, 16.5 million. The short stacks hovering around that 5 million mark. It'll be Monahan with the queen jack this time, suited clubs.
Mandatory open for Mikey.
800.
800?
Makes it the standard 800,000 to go under the gun. 5-handed.
8 and 9.
Same thing as opening it up from the low jack.
May face some resistance here. Folds around to the small blind, and Moreno's got king queen in one of the shorter stacks.
10.
Raised to 5 million.
5 million raised.
Andrew Moreno says most of his stack belongs in the middle.
Oh my. Pkwy with an ace. I think he's likely to get away out of the way here facing all this action, but he does have the best hand in the big blind. He does fold it.
It's a mandatory fold for Pkwy, and now a decision for Monahan. Moreno has basically said he's all in for his tournament life. Monahan has a beautiful hand, suited queen jack. Moreno making this play for
5 million, yeah.
approximately 12 bigs.
Oh, that's right.
It's 12 and a half.
Good job.
And Mikey Monahan says, I fold. It's a good fold at that. He was dominated.
I had you in bad shape.
Moreno with a strong hand here. Takes it down and
See it on
increases
TV.
his chip stack to 7 million once again.
I knew when I was opening it. I had to put it from shove on me.
I wasn't going to shove without a good hand, so. Not like
He was
his young.
feeling you'll get a good hand then.
Huh?
He was feeling you'll get a good
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
I can't. I gotta open it.
Yeah.
Eight fold. 9 fold. One fold.
I give up.
A walk for the big stack. And on to the next hand.
Nine folds. One fold.
Seven 4 in a muck. It folds around to Pkwy with an ace on the button, ace tray to be exact. Giving it a little thought here, and he is just going to go with it, it sounds like. Putting the pressure on with a shove against two pretty big stacks here.
Yeah,
Gets the job done, though.
Blasted in there, but Monahan not able to call. Neither is Vasquez.
One fold. 4 fold. 6 fold. 8 fold.
And a walk for Turov now. Not much to play with here for anybody. Even five-handed. A lot of big card, little card, offsuit type hands going around.
Hey.
Wait. 800.
The Gambly open here from Pkwy under the gun with 10-8 suited. Monahan looking down at ace-9 right behind him. 800,000 the current bet.
5. 6 fold.
Gets the better hand to fold.
8 fold.
Folds around to the blinds.
9 fold.
'Em. And Moreno also looking down at an ace, but he's in the big blind. Only one blind more to call here. He's likely to at least continue, and does so. We know at least one ace in the muck already. Moreno and Pkwy basically a flip going into this, and look at this, 2 pair for the ace-7.
Flip no longer. Moreno essentially with a full lockdown on this hand. Pkwy needs running cards to win this pot. Pkwy with a c-bet of about half the size of the pot. This is just going to be juice added to Andrew Moreno's stack at the end of the day. Moreno with a smooth call. Gotta love it. Knows he's in great shape against basically everything, and now he's really, really in great shape against everything.
Yeah, no worries at all now, as if there were any in the beginning there. I think Moreno has to continue to check and let Pkwy fire here. He obviously has all of it, right?
Yeah, he's got a majority of the pot locked down. Moreno just evaluating his chip stack, seeing that his SPR is just about 1. Moreno taking some time here with his flop decision. Pkwy knows Moreno's got something to think about.
1.1.
Moreno leading for 1.1 million here. Leaves himself 3.725 million
1.1.
behind.
1.1.
Moreno leading out here, targeting any ace, targeting the very rare turn 7 from Pkwy, the non-believing pairs as well, H through kings.
5.
But Pkwy wisely gets out of the way, no rebluff.
Well played.
Huh?
Well played.
Maybe not.
That's probably the hand I want to see the most on you.
What's that?
That's the hand I want to see the most on the stream. The one we just played.
It's one folds around to the blinds, and it could be a rematch here between Moreno and Pkwy. King 8 for Moreno.
I mean, ace, no, an ace.
Raises it up here to just over $1 million. And it'll just be a raise and take.
With some undefendable hands, we'll fold. Everyone trying to outlast Turov, who is the clear short stack now, as has emerged.
And after that, those last two hands, Moreno and Pkwy have basically swapped stacks.
This one's incomplete. Yeah. So this is.
Monahan in the big blind this hand. Big stack from the big blind.
9. Yeah, just under 10.
Andrew Moreno has also recovered one of his plaques. Hasn't been without those for the final table until just a couple hands ago.
Eight fold, 9 fold.
Moreno picking up 6-5 off from the dealer button. Pkwy waking up with a beautiful premium here. King 10 of spades.
10. Fold, 400.
He will just limp in. And Monahan has your hand.
Wakes up with a monster.
Which he will promptly check.
Oh, will he now?
Don't tell me 7-4 is what gets Mikey Monahan in trouble.
Oh.
You thought about it, huh?
He did think about it.
Ace 9-9 on board here.
Perfect flop for 7-4.
Pkwy with backdoor spades.
450.
Small lead here from Monahan. Pkwy with king high.
Makes the call with what is essentially nothing here. He's got backdoor spades. Probably not afraid of an ace or a 9.
Yeah, I'd argue it's actually just nothing. If Monahan had king jack or king queen, he would absolutely be raising pre-flop to a limp. So makes plenty of sense to make this call with king high. And still with just king high, board is a little scarier with 9s, 8s, and jacks running out on the board with an ace as well. But Pkwy with the best hand, king high. See if Mikey Monahan wants to get adventurous here, or if Pkwy instead wants to turn his hand into a bluff. He does have removal to that straight. Pkwy finds a check. Monahan's only winning line here is to bet. Can't check back when you're playing the board. But he will check back. Doesn't want to get adventurous with a non-believing hand. And honestly, I'm not really sure if Monahan's bet would have gotten much respect as played on this run out. Got to have some give-ups some of the time.
10?
For sure.
11 of these.
12.
12, okay. Thank you. 12 of them.
11.
11, okay, thank you.
Nine four. For 1, 4 4. Call 300.
Open for Moreno here with suited ace 9, and Monahan finding 5s in the small blind. Makes the call here. Heads up we go. I think with the suited ace, Moreno will be a slight favorite. Basically a flip.
I don't see. After
And as we take a flop, we see a 9-high flop for Andrew Moreno.
dealing.
7-4 gets there this time. That's what Moreno needed, or Monahan needed last
His card
hand.
by accident, or
Yeah.
Well, flop lag cares for no one. Monahan with third pair. Checks it over to Moreno. Very clear value bet and continuation from him.
800.
800 from 1.
Sizes up to 2 big blinds, which Monahan basically snap calls. Couldn't have called any faster. Turn card 6.
Spicy turn card.
Yeah, it gives an open-ended straight draw here to Mikey Monahan. Any 8, any tray would do it for him. Five would also be good for the pot. Sitting with top pair, top kicker here.
3.8.
3.8 million, says Andrew Moreno. This is a huge bet. Size of the pot. Moreno only with 4.5 million left in his stack. Monahan says all of it. He goes all in here, and Andrew Moreno makes the call with the best hand. If Moreno holds in this pot, he is going to be the chip leader once again, and Monahan's going to be crippled.
And conversely, if he busts here, he's going to go from the second biggest chip stack to being out in 5th place. Something big is going to happen here.
Everyone is on their feet. Biggest pot of the tournament by far. And it is going to be shipped to Andrew Moreno. 20 million chips in his stack after that one.
Almost half of the chips in play. Only 46 million chips in play here, and Moreno has over 20 million of them.
Сет не приглашают.
What a turn of events.
Я просто не делал, понял.
Sorry, I'm just looking at myself real quick. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Monster pot completely reverses the dynamics of the table. Mikey Monahan has been on top all night.
Okay.
How much you said?
And he goes from first to worst in one fell swoop.
Okay, I'll let you
The
do it.
jam not getting
double check
through.
that. We're on strict.
Moreno having pure value.
Okay. 4.
Okay.
8 to 25, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can always double check.
That's 6. There's no way it's 8, I don't think.
It's 8.
Hold on. You just put.
As a reminder, these are the payouts that the players are looking at. Dealers are taking some time to arrange the stacks and just take a peek at what everybody is left to pay out. Monahan was looking good for all of it, but now he's in danger of finishing in 5th position. Don't get me wrong, a $47,000 payday isn't bad, but it's certainly not what Mikey Monahan wanted when he had more than half of the chips in play, or almost half, rather.
Yeah, that's going to be very deflating for Monahan, who has been leading since the final table started, basically. Moreno did come in as second in chips, just behind Monahan, so they were pretty close when the final table started, 9.5 and 9.37 respectively. But now Moreno is going to have a commanding lead here. 182,670 at stake. And Giovanna just making sure that that pot is calculated correctly here for the pot of the tournament. And likely to remain the pot of the tournament, unless the two heads-up players somehow end up with like 23 million each and ram it in there. I think that's probably going to be as big as the pot gets.
Moreno's got the ability to just run over this table with this chip stack now.
He can just chip away at everybody.
And he can chip away at everybody by doing whatever the heck he wants. He can even start putting in some sick jams if he wants to. He's going to be raising, as he will do with the majority of his range.
And Monahan now virtually tied with Turov. He does have slightly fewer chips, but Pkwy and Vasquez now are going to be highly incentivized to just let Moreno chip away at those two shorter stacks and just kind of stay out of trouble here. And you see that now with Pkwy folding a suited ace. Monahan will not be folding this hand. Ace-jack suited, and all the chips are in the middle.
Monahan looking for immediate revenge after that monster pot. Don't know if Andrew Moreno is going to be able to call this one with the Queen 10-0.
3,950?
Yeah.
Just about 12 big blinds for Monahan. Moreno doing the math a little bit, looking back at the clock to see where he's at, and does just find the fold here with the Queen 10.
Raise 300 from 4. Six fold. Eight fold, 9 fold.
$8 million.
8 million raised from 51.
Under the gun open here from Pkwy with King Jack, and it folds around to the big blind. Moreno applying pressure. Goes for all of it with a suited ace.
And he's got the power to do it. He's got all the chips in play. And Monahan, being a shorter stack than Pkwy, will force him to fold.
And he just knows that Pkwy can't call with anything but the nuts there because of these two shorter stacks involved. The ICM pressure to just stay in the middle of the pack. So big right now.
Got Johnny Vibes in the chat. Shout out to you, Johnny. Seen some of your stuff. Johnny rooting on Andrew Moreno, who did indeed hold in a ridiculously big spot. That was a pot for the entire tournament, essentially, with half the chips in play and with a skill set as finely tuned as Andrew Moreno's. You got to think he's a big favorite to take it down now, even if he wasn't going into this field. Which many would argue that he was, but that's not the point. Having all the chips definitely is the prerequisite to winning a tournament.
How much did he say?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stack here. More than double anybody else, almost triple everybody else at this point.
Everybody else essentially in a cage. Andrew Moreno with freedom to do whatever the heck he wants. What he wants is all in once again, jamming over Pkwy's stack with a7, forcing him to wake up with a hand.
I think you just run into it.
Yeah. Same hand.
Pkwy doing the thing that you would do if you had a monster, just turning over the cards. You just ran into it. He did run into 3 deuce off. It will be a fold.
It's not fair, you know? Just get dealt the ace-7, you get dealt the deuce-3.
This is starting to look like early in the final table when Monahan had all the chips and kept getting all the cards as well. It's just not fair when it's 5-handed. Moreno keeps waking up with actual hands to go along with this commanding chip stack.
Wait. I have 3 cards.
We have a misdeal. We have an extra card just hanging out in the middle of the table there.
Kings.
Steal that again.
Can you get this?
We have played one.
I think you would have just shoved and you would have folded probably. I mean, maybe you had a call. I don't know.
What do you have?
Oh, you had a call probably if you wanted to.
Oh fuck, I still flop was king,
I don't
queen,
know if we
4.
should redeal that.
You see that?
Yeah, with an extra card, I
King,
think.
queen, 4.
There was no action.
In the turn?
Actually, I don't know. But I assume
No,
that.
If there was action,
Fine.
there would have been.
Yeah.
There was action here. But there was no action.
I'll take a flip there.
I will not. I don't jump.
You fold, right?
No.
Limp fold.
8 folds, 9 folds. One fold.
One folds around. No pressure this time from the big stack. Pkwy finding pocket 5s in the small blind.
All in.
Is going to rip it all in against Monahan.
Pkwy with the shove with 5-5. Monahan picks up an ace, and he's going to call for his tournament life, and he's behind. Pkwy's 5s in the commanding lead. Needs to dodge an ace.
Once again, we have a situation where the stacks are almost identical. Somebody's either going to go bust or have like 1.5 big blinds after this hand. 12.3, almost 12.4 in the middle.
8.
And Monahan is going to need some help or he's going to be out.
Yeah, Mikey Monahan has received the most support out of anyone in chat all night. All of his supporters rooting for a rocket from space in Space City.
He needs it.
Can he get there one time?
No.
And Monahan does not make it. Vlad Pkwy knocks out Mikey Monahan in 5th place.
And in the span of one orbit, Monahan goes from commanding chip leader to out in fifth. I've never seen anything like it. And just like that, Pkwy is back in business, second in chips, 13 million in his stack. 4 players remain.
Am I winning this?
What a great run for Michael Monahan, though. He came into this final table with the chip lead, played super well the entire time, ends up going home with $47,150. We hope we'll see more of Mikey Monahan here at Champions Club.
Yeah, Monahan with a sick run out of town from the city, comes in to play this tournament, gets a great finish. Wonderful payday of $47,150. Got a feel for him and his supporters in the chat. He was certainly coming for the throne, but when the river came, he missed. But he will still walk away with plenty of money and hopefully a good experience here at the Champions Club.
And now 4 players locking up over $60,000. Fourth place, $60,250. First place, $182,670. As we go to four-handed play, they are going to adjust the seating a little bit here, move the players around so it's a little better for the camera. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like, a subscribe, and hit that notification bell. We stream every week here at Champions Poker Live. Typically, we do 3 cash games every week, and occasionally we do tournaments. Always when we have these big tournament series, we'll find some big final tables like this one. Tomorrow night, we'll be coming with a 4-card game, PLO with the Stallions. Cash game starting at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and then No Limit Holdem on Wednesday. And Thursday, we're going to have a big mixed game, 100-200 limit mixed game. So if you're interested in finding out more about those other crazy poker games that you may or may not have even heard of, come check out that mix on Thursday. And come visit us here. We're at Champions Club in Houston, Texas, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, right near Chinatown. Lots of great food available in this area. We also have great food right here on site. AAA Steakhouse here at Champions Club. We're also the only poker club in the entire state that has a hotel on site. Come stay and play. Get yourself a piece of this crazy Texas poker action.
And definitely disregard the name Moreno that's underneath Monahan. Andrew Moreno is not out of the tournament. He is still here. He's got all of the chips in the middle. Our 9th place finisher, Gillis, then Fang, then Martinez. Monahan just busted out in 5th. The name incorrect for Moreno there.
Yeah, I think they shifted to a different seat and maybe confused the program here, but that's it was actually Izaguirre who went out in 6th place there.
Yeah. Ricardo Izaguirre put out a good performance tonight as well, as did Mikey Monahan.
Most assuredly. And it looks like the players are back in their seats, and we're coming back with 4-handed play. Our big stack will be on the button as we come back here. I think blinds are still going to be at 200,000, 400,000. What a crazy turn of events that was there.
Wait,
And now they've officially put that trophy in the middle. Gorgeous resin finish trophy we have here at Champions Club.
I really like those trophies. My favorite is the winter one, the blue theme. I like these summer ones as well.
Super sick. Andrew Moreno going to continue doing Andrew Moreno things here. He's got 21 million chips right now. That is good for almost half the chips in play. Will be raising most of his hands.
And Vlad just came into a bunch of chips himself, wakes up to an ace in the small blind, but he doesn't want to challenge the big stack here with a weak ace-7. We see that it would be dominating the jack-7 Moreno, but he's waiting for these other guys to get eliminated here. Vasquez wakes up to a suited queen, and for just one more big blind, he will see the flop. Turov is going to have to make something happen here with less than 10 big blinds. He'll be in the big blind next hand. 7-4 gets there, but it's Jack-7 that connects for Moreno. Chip leader taking the lead.
Checks.
Check, check, and the 6 of diamonds changes nothing. Moreno will be very under-repped here, checking second pair on the flop. Vasquez with 2 black cards doesn't really have anything. Be a pure bluff, and he goes for it. That's 1.3 million. And I can't imagine Moreno is going to fold a pair with all these chips. Just a call for Moreno, and a big pot brewing here, 4.8 million. Vasquez is going to need a queen.
He does not find a lady. It is instead the king of spades. And we'll see if Vasquez wants to go for a big boy bluff against the chip leader.
Shuts it down, and Moreno only has to check to win this pot.
I don't foresee Andrew Moreno getting check raised on this run out either. Even if he does put out a bet, he will take it down with the best hand.
Congrats, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
It's a good question. Can I see your stack in the big blind? Sorry. Thank you.
Another raise from Moreno. Suited connector for him this time. Asking to see the stack of Turov, who's in the big blind for 2 of his about 9.5 bigs.
Protection?
4-4.
For me. You can protect.
I saw one of your cards. Yeah. You peeled it high. I saw the Jack of Spades, I think.
No.
Okay, never mind then.
An honest response there from Vasquez. He indeed did not have the
I
jack
thought
of
it
spades.
was a black face card, but I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It was the king of clubs that Moreno likely saw.
In any case, Turov will peel the flop here and be dominating the chip leader, but neither player will connect, and Moreno can apply a lot of pressure to this short stack.
Turov with a gut shot straight draw would not be to the nuts, but it would still be a gutter ball. No spades in either player's hand, as Moreno c-bets for just about 1.5 bigs.
Bet and take it, and Turov now down to 2.67 million, which is just over 5 big blinds. Just over 6. But we've already seen Turov spin it up from 2 big blinds, and he's probably feeling great about laddering up to 4th place at this point.
Yeah, I finished 6, I think, twice. You've probably won stuff here, I'm guessing? Probably, right? You play here a lot?
Pkwy with king 9 of spades under the gun.
1 million.
Makes it $1 million to go. Turov gets out of the way, and it's Andrew Moreno with king queen and all the pressure to apply. Four-handed configuration. This is either a call or a 3-bet. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, Pkwy's really the only player that can put a dent in Moreno's stack, so...
Moreno slow playing this hand pre-flop by all means. 10 high board. Still a lead here for Moreno's king-queen high. Board pairing 10 would be a chop card. Goes check, check. Pkwy not interested in pulling any moves against the chip leader.
Another deuce. Some chopportunities for Pkwy. Moreno checks again, and now a 2 big blind bet from Vlad.
Moreno with another decision point in this hand. Whether or not he wants to just call with a king high. But he will make the fold. Pkwy taking down the pot for himself. Distancing himself from the rest of the pack now. Pkwy and Moreno very much in pole position to get heads up. Vasquez and Turov both very short stacked compared to the blinds especially. And blinds come around fast whenever you are this short-handed.
They want to hear you breathing.
One 1.1.
More pressure from the chip leader. It turns out he's got the best hand this time, but raising with 10 high would not be the GTO play most of the time. Another raise and take for Moreno. And I'm thinking stack size is slightly off here. Turov actually has a little over 3 million. Some kind of typo here where we're seeing a little bit of an error. But still, less than 10 bigs.
Yeah, I think Vasquez and Moreno's stacks are correct. Turov and Pkwy's are off by just a little. But ballpark is correct. Dilo Turov will have to pay his big blind the next hand regardless. Picks up a trashy 6-deuce off.
All in?
All
Pkwy shoves on the two shorties on the table with the Jack-4 suited. Vasquez summoning some magic for his cards. He's got a 3 off. Will fold. The 2 short stacks, just the 1. But Pkwy may get the chance to do so next hand if Andrew Moreno doesn't do it himself with the open. Moreno's in a position where he's never really allowed to say the 2 words all in, covering all stacks when he's first to act. Going to have to be choosing normal raise sizes, whereas Pkwy's raise sizes can just be indifferent of the stack and he can just rip it if he wants to. Probably going to only elect to choose that small open size with a polar bit of his range. If he wants to open junky aces, maybe he can just open those tiny. Definitely going to want to open true premiums like aces and kings tiny as well. Force one of the short stacks in there with a worse hand. But even then, you can make an argument for just blasting it in there with any ace-x offsuit. Both the short stacks are just about 10 bigs or less, so Pkwy with the ability to shove. Unfortunately, Pkwy picks up 7-3 off, which is just bad enough that I think he's not allowed to do that much with this hand. He could get wild and put in a raise, but it's just too weak. And now Vasquez picks up a face card facing the shortest stack in the tournament. This is a clear jam.
Maybe.
Sizes up Danny's stack and jams it all in. Turov with the mystery hand. Gonna take inventory. Supposed to call with a very wide range here with this few big blinds. Just hoping he can last one more orbit and maybe something weird will happen and Vasquez will get busted.
Turov clearly had a very weak hand if he doesn't make the call off of this short of a stack. Again, stack not entirely accurate, but he's got, I want to say, like 2.3 million left over in chips, which is not very much. 5 big blinds after paying his small. He will be all in the next orbit or two here, most assuredly. If you want to be all in here with us, it is the Winter Poker Open coming sometime after the Fall Poker Open. Mysterious how that works. Winter Poker Open is going to have $1 million guaranteed main event, including all of our side events. If you want to catch some of the action and potentially make a live stream final table, this is one of your best opportunities to do it.
King Jack suited is a monster. Four-handed. Pkwy giving it some thought here with Moreno's massive stack in the big blind. He's probably not going to go nuts here. He's just going to limp in. Vasquez finds deuces on the button.
Deuces do sometimes loses, but he may still jam it. 12 big blinds and a pair, but he will fold with the shorty of Turov next to act. Turov also gets the chance to limp in because of the strange dynamics with Pkwy's limp and Moreno now with 9-7. Probably curious about what Pkwy's limping range is going to look like. Rather than getting aggro, Moreno is going to check. Sunglasses have come off for this point of the tournament.
I'm rooting for a flop with 2 9s. I don't know why.
Oh, I know why. Poker players have a thing for pain, I've been told. Instead, ace 8-8 on the board. Pkwy's nothing, still good. And for all you chat pros, yes, king queen is not nothing, but effectively this is not nothing as played. Don't at me.
Please add him.
Whatever it takes to drive up interactions. That is going to be a bit of a sick one, though. King on the turn. Again, as played, I mean, who the heck is going to have an ace here, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be Moreno. He's going to be aggressive with it pre-flop. It's not going to be Turov. He's going to shove with it pre-flop. Only Pkwy can have that. So if Pkwy puts chips in the middle, Turov might think he just has the nuts. Like, does he really think Pkwy is limping off of many aces at this point in the tournament, as opposed to raising? And wow, Turov doesn't even bother. He just checks back. He's not interested in going broke at this stage in the tournament, wanting to fight for it. Moreno, obviously, with truly nothing at all, no way to steal this pot. Turov checking out of position. Look at this. Moreno's going to go for a steal. This is at least getting called by Pkwy, and that will probably give Turov, as sick as it is, a way to fold what essentially feels like top pair here.
Well, I think Turov is going nowhere, and I think they're going to chop up Moreno's money. I don't see how you can fold here. Kickers don't matter. There's no way anybody has an ace. Or it feels like there's no way.
Kings and eights with an ace kicker is how both of their hands read. I'm a professional hand reader, if you couldn't tell. That was also a joke. Turov really given this some thought. I think there's a real chance that he folds, as silly as it sounds. I mean, he will call, and I think that's the right decision, but having this micro stack, any mistake at all just loses you the tournament immediately. So giving it some thought is Turov. But they will chop up Moreno's money. The one big blind bet gets the job done for both of the other players, that is.
Some pretty valuable time extension chips did hit the muck there, though, for Turov. He probably won't have that many decisions in the future, but he definitely has whittled down that stack of time chips.
No, I was kidding. Thought you might have been limping a
Which
pair.
reminds me that Vlad is out of those.
Yeah, Vlad's not going to be able to do any time extensions for the entire remaining portion of this event. Got to conserve those time bank chips if you want to use them on the FT.
They say, don't get any folds then.
Folds,
7-4 in the muck, and 9-7 quickly follows. Moreno with the suited 9 out of the small blind here is not going to put too much pressure on Pkwy. Turns out he's going to have the best hand going heads up, though.
Yeah, Amo, as they call him in the chat, wearing the MO hat.
I know, but they can walk away. Oh.
And the flop is out there. Some didn't trigger on the graphics, but it's a low board here. Open ender for Pkwy. And Moreno is just going to go ahead and fire out. This is the kind of board that obviously either one of these guys in an unraised blind versus blind pot could connect with.
Yeah, Pkwy with a mandatory call here as played. We evaluate a turn.
Pkwy now picking up a club draw to go along with his open ender. Moreno with just a gut shot and 9 high, which is currently the best hand.
$950.
950 from
Pkwy not giving up on this pot is going to make the call. Moreno technically has the best hand with 9 high, but this feels pretty terrible as played. He's not a fan of the action from Pkwy as the board falls a 10. Andrew Moreno gets here with 9 high. Pkwy gets here with 8 high. Whoever pokes at this pot the hardest will win.
Yeah, gotta think Moreno's going to slow down here, having been called twice. It's up to Pkwy to steal this one with 8 high.
Yeah, if you're Pkwy and you've missed here, buckle up, soldier, because you're going to have to fire. Checking back 8 high, even against the chip leader here, I don't know if you can do. If you want to fight for this pot, it's already pretty sizable at that. Pkwy doesn't even have to bet that big in order to get this through. Goes 1.5 million here, and Moreno will quickly get out of the way. Good to get that one through if you're Vlad. Card reader didn't pick up the bets on the turn in the river, but make no mistake about it, Pkwy takes down the pot, and his commanding second position in chips just got even better.
Players about to go on break, but we won't. They're going to cut that out of there, and hopefully they'll get the chip stacks mixed up before we fire up the next hand here. Another look at the payouts. Everybody guaranteed 60K at this table, and Turov is going to need to make something happen, or he's going to be the one getting it. Third place, a big jump, 22K to 82.5, and then 128 for second. First place, $182,670. Huge turnout here for the main event. We had 767 entries in this one. Always have great turnouts for our tournament series here at Champions, and we're going to have another one coming up in October, October 1st to the 13th. A very similar series with a 1 million guaranteed main event and multiple side events. Put those dates on your calendar and come visit us here at Champions Club if you want to be part of the action.
They're not. Yeah.
1.15.
Moreno back at it with the aggression. 1.15 million is the raise. Into the shorter stack of Vasquez. Vasquez picking up 10-3 suited. Not good enough. We'll fold.
Yeah, this is going to count it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, 23, and change. Yep.
Blind v blind here as the two big stacks get out of the way. Vasquez with a suited queen 7, very likely to put max pressure on Turov. And he does so. All in, and Danny is going to have to make the call. He will be ahead here. 60-40 favorite to double with the ace-4 of hearts versus queen-7 of clubs from Vasquez.
And if Turov wins this pot, they switch spots on the leaderboard.
Ace-10. Yeah.
Vasquez looking a little superstitious here with his positioning, always moving to that place. And that's going to be a magical flop for Turov. Any heart will seal the deal, and he will secure the double. No heart, no how, but he just needs to dodge an offsuit queen or 7, and Turov will double up to stay alive in this tournament. No river magic this time for Vasquez, and Turov has a chip lead over Vasquez for the first time in a while, moves up to 4 milli in his stack.
425.
A nice turn of events for Turov. Unfortunate one for Vasquez, who now, as you said, has switched spots and is at the bottom of the leaderboard.
What was the total number?
And chip counts not quite right there. Vasquez a little less than 2 million in chips now. But still down at the bottom there, and he's going to need some help here. 2 hands before he has to put some in the big blind. So he's going to want to find something to double with as quickly as possible.
Not push queen 7 clubs. Maybe hearts good, but clubs. Second time I give you lesson, little bit.
You speech him again. You beat him and you speech him again.
Say.
You speech.
Folds through to the small blind, and Turov jamming it all in here with deuces. Gets the quick fold out of the big blind and picks up 1 million extra chips. Blinds have gone up to 250 and 500,000. Danielo folding an ace on the button here. Didn't want to tangle with the 2 big stacks. And it's going to be a walk for Pkwy.
What do you have?
He had queen 10 of spades. I had jack 10 of hearts.
Need.
Jack 10 heart.
Need.
Yeah. He had me dominated though.
Oh, you need.
Yeah, tight player, you know. Out of position.
Yeah.
Eastern European player.
Yeah, someone call you on the phone, yeah?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
And here we go. The short stack in the big blind. Our big stack Moreno with a suited ace on the button.
Raise.
Raises to 1 million.
But the boy won the high roller?
No.
Vasquez with a suited 1-gapper.
Monster stack. And immediately went to Reg the Nightly just because.
And see 3 calls. Then you come.
is all in and is going to need some help here. He's got the same suit as Moreno, needs to hit a 9 or a 7 here.
What is it?
It's a million.
Что из этого было?
This is 8, 9. This is 1,125,000. Can you push me out? It won't. Let me know when you're ready.
And triple sevens for Vasquez. He's caught some lucky flops tonight. Catches another one in the clutch and just seals it up on the turn. Easy peasy if you're Vasquez.
Just like that, he's back in business. Still going to be the short stack, but it feels good to double anytime you can.
You have chance to hands up.
Maybe.
That double, Vasquez now at 3.3 million in chips.
Can I see your second
Still
big blind?
well short of 10 big blinds, though. Blinds 250, 500,000 now. And look at this, Moreno. Goes from suited ace to offsuit ace-ace.
I'll take that upgrade any day.
Indeed.
Moreno clicks it to the minimum possible amount, as you do with aces. Shovkovy folds and Vasquez picking up 5-4 of clubs. Does not choose to spin the wheel, and Danilo cannot defend a trashy queen-deuce offsuit. Moreno's aces get a walk, unfortunately for him.
Sorry. Just because.
Vasquez picking up king-queen offsuit. He has just about 4 million in his stack. Graphics are a little inaccurate here.
2,050,000.
2,050,000. That's almost all his chips that he's put into play, actually. Graphics could be correct. 3,050,000.
3,050,000.
3,050,000 is the bet from Vasquez. Pkwy with a mandatory call with nines. We could see another elimination here. Can Vasquez get lucky in the clutch again? Or will Pkwy bust another player? He's been the Terminator this final table so far, busting multiple players out. Can the nines hold for all of it? No, they cannot. Vasquez outflops Pkwy again. Gets there with the flip. 7 on the turn, and we're going to need another 9 if we want to see an elimination. But the shorty is able to hold. Pkwy cannot get the job done with the Niners, and Vasquez back in business.
Oh, you beat nines easy today.
But Queen 7 not.
Huh?
Queen 7 not.
Queen 10 not.
Queen 7.
Oh, Queen 7. Oh.
Queen 7 is not good. Mexican power.
I need you miss one. Yeah.
Just one card.
Yeah.
All in.
Huh?
All in.
Once again?
Danilo Turov. You heard that right. All in, he says, for just about 10 big blinds. Folds over to Vasquez now, who's going to have to do the dirty work for the elimination.
Okay.
But he just got those chips.
Please.
7.
Well,
7 of hearts.
putting them to use.
Wow!
Oh, you make 11.
Vasquez does not play Queen 7 this time against Turov. Learns his lesson. He will win the pot.
Listen, let's go.
You're going to win with it that time. You can't lose every time with Queen 7 suited. Ace 10-0 again.
Yeah.
And once again, Vasquez and Turov effectively swap stacks there. Vasquez now just a bit shorter. If the chip counts are close here, we'll have to eyeball that because we know the counts have been off quite a bit tonight.
Back to back.
No, Queen 7, please. Oh, you see 3 times. Queen 7, Queen 7,
Yeah.
Queen 7 suited.
Yeah, seeing Johnny Vibes back in the chat. Number of times Vasquez has won an all-in at risk this tournament, or just won an all-in at all.
I love it.
Pretty nuts. I think someone can go check the stats. I don't have them, but I think Vasquez has won more all-ins than anybody else on this final table.
He's won all of the ones he's been involved in.
Together to beat them.
Yeah,
I can verify that.
yeah. Well, that's a good prediction, Dan.
I think
Just more of them, though. I think was what I was going for. But.
Right. No, I know what you mean.
That's also technically not true. He was involved in pots where other people were all in, I guess. That's considered an all-in pot, right?
Well, the ones where he was all in.
That's true. Number of all-in pots played tonight, that definitely goes to Vasquez.
Pkwy will be involved in an all-in pot this time. Vasquez with 7 deuce gets out of the way, and Turov looking down at an ace here.
Danilo.
Another
He's gonna wrinkle
decision.
He's gonna wrinkle the hat and furrow the brow. This is not a fun spot, but I think you just stick it in, buddy. As sad as it is for 12 bigs. I mean, it's a big pay jump. I totally understand the ICM dynamics. Maybe you just want to pick a better spot. Try and avoid a weird flip. Might be dominated sometimes.
Yeah, with Vasquez and Turov so close in chips, it's always going to be a struggle, right? I mean, you're just hoping the other guy gets busted, or you're looking for a really good spot.
Yeah, it will be a fold from Turov. I think a6 off right on the cusp there, but he does get out of the way with his 5 million in stack. That's 10 big blinds. He hopes he can pick a better spot before the end of it all here. Vasquez barely with more than that. And as a reminder, folks, I mean, it's obvious if you're watching, but blinds are 1.25 million in orbit. It is a huge percentage of both of these short stacks chips, and the blinds are rapid. They happen every 4 hands, right? So It's going to be tough for these short stacks to survive without getting it all in pretty frequently. So don't be surprised if this FT picks up in pace in the near future. There's going to need to be some card distribution to save these players, or they're just going to have to get it in. And Pkwy waking up with a monster four-handed ace-jack.
Just jams it all in here for over 12 million chips, does Pkwy. Very surprising to me.
I do think an open would have been appropriate with Moreno left to hack. Moreno's got queen jack of clubs, but this job is just too big.
Yeah, if he had just opened, Moreno might have clicked back there with a hand that big. Probably not, but definitely not getting any action off it.
Unfortunately, the only way I can play this.
Hard to call with a bad ace, but easy to jam it in with a bad ace. Turov on the button is all in again. Pkwy with a bit of a decision here. Suited queen 8. Better than average, but you want to, again, be the raiser, not the caller with a hand like that. Vlad finds the fold, and Turov picks up 2.5 bigs.
What is the longest final table you played?
Probably the big one, the win millions.
How long was it?
It was, I just remember like finishing like late night, like maybe midnight or something. Starting at noon.
Well, Turov, you've waited patiently. You've got your jams through. And this time you've got it. What do you do? Min open, I would say.
1 million.
Makes it 1 million to go.
That's going to look super strong from a short stack.
Kind of has to, yeah. And I mean, you've got rockets, right? Like, what else can you possibly want? Pkwy with nothing at all, and Vasquez with also nothing at all will be folding. A little disrespectful to the cards, but that's okay. I wouldn't like peeling 10 deuce off four-handed at the final table either.
No, you got to wait till your head's up and then win with it.
True.
Yeah, we started at 3 today too, so.
What time is it?
I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, it's only been 6 hours.
You go back to the first one you played?
Yeah.
For me, it was different.
Yeah. Turbo flight?
I mean, I wish I started from Turbo, but I started from Friday morning, then Saturday morning, then Saturday evening.
Raise.
Moreno opening with king 8 makes it 1 million to go. Keeping the pressure on these shorter stacks. Vasquez 10-7 suited in the small blind. We'll get out of the way. And it's another weak 10 in the big blind. Turov folds as well. And Moreno adds to his stack.
You in for many bullets?
6 in man and 6 until Americans are free.
That's me sometimes, not this time, but before.
A walk for Moreno. Nothing for anybody to play with there. Moreno has it all with the king-jack. Monster for Vasquez. Less than 10 bigs. Ace-jack.
$4.3 million.
4.3 million is all of Vasquez's chips going in the middle with ace-jack. Can anyone wake up with anything? Pkwy's reaction says no.
Raise and take, which isn't really bad news when you're this short on chips. You're more than happy to just collect a round of blinds and antes.
Moreno picking up his openable queen 10 off. Moreno's been pretty quiet recently, but card distribution has been horrible for him.
20 million.
Andrew Moreno puts every other player in the tournament all in with the queen 10. Just jams covering both. Gonna force Pkwy to fold. And Moreno's power play gets it done.
All in.
$6 all in.
Help. Right away.
All in.
Yeah, I can hear everything. I can hear you giggling. Okay.
BV in the chat saying, let's go, Vlad. Our two Ukrainian players still alive deep in this tournament. Vlad Shovkovyi second in chips. Danilo Turov sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard for now. Reno picking up a king blind versus blind. Especially in these harsh blind levels. He's going to find a raise. Gets the fold from Shovkovyi.
All in.
All in from Danilo Turov. Ace tray under the gun.
5,100,000.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jam is for 10 big blinds, 5,100,000. Andrew Moreno folds the superior hand, ace 4, not able to make the call with 2 players left to act. Turov gets it done. Pkwy gets to be the new Moreno for one hand. Andrew Moreno stepping away from the table.
1.2.
1.2 million is Pkwy's price to take down the blinds. Vasquez does peel Jack 10 offsuit, but he's out of position, and Turov can't do anything either.
Just whittling away at the shorter stacks.
I agree, TH. 400 viewers and only 80 likes. Something is wrong. More people need to like our video. If you do the math, that likes to views ratio is actually pretty decent, but I don't want a decent ratio. I want a good one. So if you're still in chat, slumming it out with us here as we get later into the night watching this final table action, be sure to hit that like button. It really does help us out a lot. I know everyone on YouTube says that, but it's great for the algorithm. It's great for us. Shows us you like this kind of content. Lots of engagement here for these big final tables. We're going to be streaming all of our major FTs for our upcoming series. Fall Poker Open, Winter Poker Open, included. Main event final tables for sure. Probably the final tables of those multi-flight, multi-bag tourneys as well. Make sure to let us know what you like, what you didn't, and we'd be happy to fix anything that we can. One thing we can't fix, though, is that these players are card dead right now. No one's picking up anything to work with, and we've got two shorties. So the moment we see two big hands clash, we should see either an elimination or a big double.
Yeah, the two short stacks being so close together in chips is really preventing a lot of action here.
Yeah, Moreno and Pkwy are also seated next door to each other. It's not a one door down scenario. They are neighbors, so it's kind of hard for them to apply pressure on any one specific player. All of Moreno's pots are going to have Pkwy on his left, so he does have to keep that in mind anytime he pulls a move like a raise or a shove. Doesn't want to get involved with that other big-ish stack, but would love to throw his weight around and take it to Vasquez and Turov, who are sitting with the two short stacks of the tournament, both 10 big blinds or less. Big hand finally for Vasquez. How about queens under the gun?
4.3.
Vasquez says 4.3. That is an all-in from him. Danilo Turov relinquishes the king 8. Pkwy peels, and he sees a hand that could call ace 10 offsuit.
I think four-handed, this has to be a call, right?
I think so too. It's close, but I think it's close enough. Pkwy puts it in, and we are going to see a big clash. Vasquez with the dominating hand this time, queens. If Vasquez can avoid an ace,
Come on.
he is going to swap positions on the leaderboard with Pkwy and be second in chips.
Whatever happens here, the dynamic is going to be very different after this hand.
King high flop with two diamonds on it. Diamonds are covered by Vasquez. Jack on the turn.
Always a sweat. Ace or a queen now.
Queen no longer good for Vasquez. Ace still good for Pkwy. But no elimination this time. It's a massive double up for Vasquez, who just can't die in this tournament.
And that is really going to change the table dynamics. Now we have only one short stack. Everybody's going to be targeting Turov at this point.
No. 2 millones y medio, 3, 3.5, 4, 4, 3, 3, 4.3 million.
2, 5, 3, 4, 4, 3,
50.
What did you eat for breakfast, man?
Maybe the question of the tournament here from Vlad. What did you eat for breakfast? Nobody can beat this Vasquez guy when he's all in at risk. He's been in a lot of times, been in a lot of all-in pots, covering people as well. He is having a great run at it, running great too on this FT, gotta say.
Turov already in the muck. Moreno was not going to put the pressure on the middle stacks here.
Well, Shavkovyi's not going to be doing much with 8-4-0 either. We'll make the fold.
And a walk for Vasquez. Now Daniela will be in the big blind. Has to put 2 of his 10 big blinds in the middle.
Short stack Turov now.
21.
Clear separation from the rest of the pack in the not correct direction.
So 23, I think so.
A million of his stack will be in the middle with the big blinds. He'll have 4.1 million to go.
You or my first?
No, 10.
Vasquez with about 10 million in his stack, give or take.
9.
No. 4.
That said, Danielo is 1 double away from being second in chips. It's a very close race in the middle of the pack.
It's not good.
I'm saying it's not good. How much?
Andrew Moreno, 7-5 offsuit. Not a hand he can apply pressure with.
45.
Shavkovyi, however, with a gorgeous-looking King 8 suited. And not that many big blinds, about 14 of them. I think that's a strong enough hand to get involved here. All in from Vladislav Shavkovyi. Jams it in the middle. Vasquez will make the fold. And Danilo peels ace-9 of clubs. He's going to be all in as well. If Turov can find a big double up here, he stays alive. But if Shavkovyi gets there, we are three-handed.
But it has to go.
Turov has had a wild ride tonight, has been a part of some insane all-ins across the evening, and he's going to need to hold one more time.
He's the favorite going into the flop, and he catches an ace here, but it's 2 diamonds. Shavkovyi with the nut flush draw, and it's always a sweat.
3 on the turn. Dodge a diamond one time. Can Turov? No, he cannot. Jack of diamonds will seal Turov's fate, and the friend busts another. Shavkovyi takes out Turov, and we're three-handed, folks.
What a run for Danielo Turov, though. He got down to 2 big blinds, I believe, when there were still 7 players left, and ran it up here to 4th place, quadrupling his best ever live cash. $60,250 going home with Danielo Turov, and then there were 3.
We are 3 ways for the title here between Shavkovyi, Vasquez, and Moreno. Players all with a decent amount of chips. Nobody's going to be left with a cripplingly short stack. Chip order is going to go Moreno, Shavkovyi, and then Vasquez as of right now.
All the players guaranteed $82,500. Second place, $128, and first is going to be $182,670. First hand of 3-handed play coming right up.
And let's see how and if the ranges are going to adapt and morph here. Moreno's got half the chips in play. Shavkovyi, Vasquez holding the other 2 portions there. Shavkovyi gets out of the way, and it will be a dead small blind. Just the big blind only this hand. Blinds resume normal activity next hand.
$1 million.
Suited 1-gapper for Shavkovyi, and he's going to raise right into the big stack. Or sorry, for Vasquez, rather. And Moreno's going to wake up with a suited ace. I can't imagine he's going to fold this hand 3-handed.
I think this is a clear 3-bet. Yeah, 3-bet jams. Puts Vasquez to the test. The test is going to be a pretty easy one if you're Vasquez.
F-.
He gets an F-, I think, if he calls this all-in jam.
That's right.
That's really only one way to fail this test.
I just heard test, and I know I get F- all the time. So.
Yeah, he's gonna fold, is Vasquez. Doesn't pick up 100,000 chips. He picks up 1,000,000 chips. So ignore the chip count being a little incorrect there. 921,000 is not the correct stack. Moreno sitting with about 24 million in his chip stack right now.
Another ace and another all-in for the small blind here. Moreno putting the pressure on Vlad. And Vlad with a quality hand.
Not quality enough, though. With the dynamics at play, even if his stack is slightly bigger than Vasquez's, he can't necessarily take this risk. Andrew Moreno will get to be the big stack bully on this final table. As you should be.
English only.
It's squeaky as hell. Are they all squeaky?
7-4 in the muck. Blind versus blind now. The two shorter stacks. Pkwy with the chip advantage here in Queen 5.
Pkwy says, give it all to me. Ripping it all in with the Queen 5. Vasquez cannot defend.
Blind versus blind. Vasquez limping here, and Moreno with another ace is going to do it again. Puts them all in, and Vasquez has to fold.
We have Romaine in the chat. Shout out to Romaine. Friend of the Houston poker scene. Recently had a pretty nice score at the Lodge. Good tournament player himself. Rooting for Vlad and Moreno to get a heads up. That'd be a fun heads up battle for sure. Moreno v. Pkwy. Austin versus Houston battle.
Well, there's a good shot of that, as those are the two biggest stacks right now. Although Vasquez has been hard to kill.
Impossible, some may say. alligator blood, according to Johnny Vibes.
We like it. And he's got sixes on the button.
Well, sixes are good enough. Three-handed. That's a pair before the flop. Shit the cheddar, I think.
You're kidding me. Sixes is a pair before the flop?
Having a pair before the flop is what I meant, but it's okay.
I understand.
It's okay. You can bully my commentary. I accept it from you, just not the chatters.
I'm to the point where everything is a joke. At this point, it's like once you've seen 160 hands of poker, it's just like, okay. Now, raise and take for Vasquez.
And we move on. Alligator blood still holds.
Baby suited connector on the button for the big stack. And he's continuing to apply pressure here. A chance for somebody, if they wake up with anything, to have a good shot at a double, but...
And it's going to be a call. You see Vasquez's chips turn on their head. That's ace-king for Vasquez. Mandatory call. Moreno's got a fair shot, but Vasquez has been immortal tonight. Unkillable so far on this FT, and Moreno's going to need a lucky run out if he wants to get it now. Vasquez going to his lucky spot.
And
move it.
A great shot for Vasquez now to become the chip leader, and look at that.
King high board.
Almost drawing dead now, as Moreno would need running fives or fours, and that's going to do it.
No miracle for Moreno this time. Vasquez is going to secure a full double up, and now it is anyone's game.
Yeah, it's going to take a major chunk out of Moreno's stack. Vasquez will be the dominating chip leader here now with almost 18 million. If this chip count is correct, we'll get the official count here from the dealer.
And shout out to you, Papa John Moreno. I'm glad you're still in the chat watching, but I'm sorry that you're about to see this. Andrew Moreno's chip lead has evaporated, and Vasquez now has a chip lead parity with Andrew Moreno. Pkwy sitting at a clear third at this point now, and shocking turn of events, but this tournament has been anything but standard on the final table. So many crazy hands.
Tons and tons of action here. And Vasquez now a slight chip favorite. Gotta feel great about that. At one point, Vasquez had two big blinds. I think when we were seven-handed.
He did.
Both he and Danilo had two big blinds at one point in this final table. And now he has a real shot at winning this thing.
During this series, somebody asked me a question that I was not able to answer because I didn't have an answer. The question was simple. Who runs better than Sonny Sundara? I think the answer might be Joel Vasquez after this tournament is all said and done.
That could very well be. I'll still take Sonny on a PLO flip, though.
Yeah, I would take Sonny on a PLO flip with pretty much anyone in the world except for, like, maybe Michael Mizrachi or something. Main event champ's got to find a way to hold for that one, right?
That's right.
Well, what is right now is that Pkwy, distant third, but with a strong, openable hand, opens Queen 10 from the dealer button. Armo wakes up with 8-3 from the big blind, very defendable.
1 millions. I thought it was 12. Thank you.
That would be out of position, but a suited hand. Going to be very callable. And finally, we're going to see a flop. It's been a while since we've seen one of those, right, Dan? Well, other than all in.
Unless the cards were already on their backs, yeah.
King 9 on the board. Devastating range advantage for Pkwy. No backdoor draws for Moreno. Gutter ball for Pkwy. Backdoor hearts. But he does just check. No pot inflation today, and it will be a 4 of diamonds. Looks like it helps Moreno's hand. It doesn't. Still needs an 8 or a 3 only.
Moreno checks it again, and Pkwy, with plenty of showdown value, doesn't really have to turn his hand into a bluff here. He will check it back.
Eight on the river. You got to feel like Pkwy might have let Moreno get here a little bit, but I totally understand Pkwy not wanting to blow up the pot with the implications of being the shortest stack at the table. He wants to have a big enough stack to make these jams and make these raises meaningful for the big stack, so he doesn't inflate the pot with showdown value. Queen 10 high. Moreno gets a lucky river, and we'll see if he wants to lead for any value. He does.
$2.15 million, close to a full pot size bet with just a pair of 8s here, but after the way this hand played out, highly unlikely that Pkwy has a king or a 9. Checking it all the way down here.
8.
It gets the value.
Gets called by Queen High. Moreno.
A hero call from Pkwy, no good.
Yeah, big pot for Moreno to scoop in. That is going to bring him back to the chip lead at Pkwy's detriment. Raise announced from Vasquez, suited 8-5 diamonds from the dealer button.
Got to feel nice to be able to raise and not put all the chips in now for Vasquez.
Amo says Nomo to the 9-7 will fold, and Pkwy in a similar spot, peeling the 8-5-0. He will also relinquish his cards.
The better 8-5 wins.
Comment from Patrick Joseph saying this has been a hell of an FT. I could not agree more. Crazy action throughout the FT. Not in the cash game sense, but in the wild hand sense. There have been some crazy runouts.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy results.
Good time for you.
And honestly, if you had to look at the lineup going into today, and even going into the lineup 6-handed, 5-handed, 4-handed rather, you would not have picked these 3 players to be the ones who made it to the 3-way showdown for the title. Monster stack earlier on in the day. Mikey, as they like to call him in the chat, busted in dramatic fashion. And Vasquez continued to double up from a micro stack very early on in the FT, so we've seen some pretty crazy storylines. Moreno started with almost the chip lead and has stayed close to the top for most of his time here.
And he'll be opening this one to $1 million with the king on the button. Vasquez, with the worst hand in poker, will relinquish, and Moreno adds to his chip lead.
Huh?
Shout out Skull Mike, joining us from the Lodge Live. Howdy, Skull. Hope you're doing good. Andrew Moreno, indeed, doing what he does. He has a lot of chips. He's on a final table. It's being live streamed. That's typical Andrew Moreno business for you.
Nice kid. fun. Sorry, I can help you out next time. That, okay.
A messy fold on the button there from Pkwy. Got to keep those cards lower. Vasquez with a suited ace, though, will not be folding these. Gonna limp in here and set the trap a bit for Moreno.
Ace deuce suited is a monster three-handed, especially with these sort of short stacks that everybody's got.
Moreno wisely checking the 9 high as we go to the flop here. And look at this, an ace and a deuce on the board. Moreno picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, we could see some spicy turn cards here. Vasquez checking his top and bottom pair. Gonna feel extremely good about his hand. Underplayed the entire way.
And Moreno takes the bait here, but only for one big blind. Fires out 500,000.
1.8.
And check raise from Vasquez. 1.8 million.
1.8 milli with a monster as well. Moreno not likely to make any foolish mistakes here, three-handed. Knows full well that Vasquez could have some traps, including ace-x from the small blind. And while he does have a gutter ball, which he could get speculative and peel towards, not sure if this is the right time to do it. Three-handed on the FT with most of the chips. He will get out of the way. We saw it responded to in Skull Mike in the chat, but just for everyone else, in case you're listening and not necessarily following along with the live stream chat, no deal has been reached or even talked about yet in the FT so far. Players are currently battling it out for everything up top. 180,000 some odd dollars for first. Difference between first and third, almost 100K. So a heck of a lot to play for.
Yeah, and I don't think there's been a moment at this final table where there hasn't been like a clear short stack or a clear separation of tiers of levels of stacks where any of these pros would even begin to talk about ICM or anything like that.
Yeah, ICM conversations between professionals usually only take place if they are heads up with an equivalent amount of chips, or if you're three ways, there has to be a very close to equal chip distribution for conversations to even start. These guys are here for blood and for all the money. And we'll see if one of them can get there soon. It's been a long battle, 167 hands in, but we're still going strong here. We're going to keep streaming until this thing ends one way or the other. Don't you worry.
Vasquez opens for 1 million, suited one gapper on the dealer button. Moreno out of the way, and Pkwy finds another 8-5 and will fold as well.
Thank you.
That game is $10. That game is $10. That game is also $10. All games are $10. That's right. Even the stream game is $10. For the month of July and August, all games will be $10 an hour all day, every day, all month long.
Another dealer change, another level change, moving them on up to 300 and 600,000. We don't skip any levels here at Champions Club, from 255 to 36. Average stack between these three players now 25 big blinds, but of course that is skewed a little bit by Moreno and Vasquez having all the chips here. Pkwy, the obvious short stack, now just above 10 big blinds.
Looks like we got a big shout out in the chat. Handpan Boy Band donating $20. Shout out to Skull Mike. Let's go, Amo. Indeed. And as you do that, you've summoned the run good for Mr. Moreno. 2 red 9s on the button and all the chips. And for those asking, it is Joel Vasquez for Vasquez's first name.
An open to 1.2 from the 2 red 9s of Moreno. And nothing here for Pkwy to defend with. Vasquez, equally dominated, will get out of the way as well. And another super chat from Handpan Boy Band. Thank you, sir. Says, what's up, Donnie? You got the hoodie I sent you?
Where?
Donnie Peters also in the chat. Must be the recipient of that message. Thanks again, Handpan. Appreciate you.
Maybe I can. Maybe I can.
I think I fold.
Yeah. Sorry, did I not?
Suited Jack, not good enough for Pkwy, but he's going to have to find something soon here. He's about to put 2 of his 10 big blinds in the middle next hand. Folds it over. Vasquez, though, with King 9 in the small blind, is going to open. 2 plaques going in the middle, but I think he said a different number. I doubt this is a 2 million raise. Yeah, he goes to 1.7, which is still a sizable raise here.
All in.
Moreno ships it in with the 6s and gets it done.
Oh, 3. $750. What happened?
I guess it's a raise.
You think 7 million, right?
Huh?
No, you said 750.
Oh, the blinds are 600. I thought it was, yeah. So what is it then?
You have to do the minimum.
Yeah. So, what is it?
It's a million.
1 million too.
Raise.
He said 750, but.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just made a mistake. So what? Can we just get a rolling here? What's going on? Because he put some chips in. I just want to know.
Okay, floor. Llámalo.
It wasn't intentional, obviously. For some reason, I thought it was a 300 big.
150, 300.
Yeah, because I just put 300. And
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the floor.
I thought I was in the big blind. I don't know.
We have a weird situation here.
Okay.
Moreno out of the small blind said a number that was not enough for a min raise.
So he said 750.
Vlad obviously thought he meant 7 million and instantly turned his cards over. We know he has ace king. We're having the floor check this out.
As well.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird one. Let the players talk it out.
Well, I mean, so it's good. We got to make the legal. So he said 750.
Yeah. So the 1.2 is the smallest raise, or is it a call? What is it?
It's not, halfway would be 900, so that's got to be a call.
Okay, and then I put this chip, so it's.
Well, you're calling his bet. I mean,
No. What? I'm not calling his bet.
you're raising.
Yeah, because I put this chip.
Well, he was trying to call initially because he thought I put him in.
So this was my big blind, and when he said 750, I put this. So it's at least a raise. Am I right?
You did put more chips in.
Okay, so then I'm in for 6, right?
Yeah.
How much is the race? What do you? I mean, this is a weird spot. I just
1.7. I guess I would raise something like that if you win with my hand.
How can I see your stack? Sorry.
Yeah. I think 5 something.
I mean, I feel like the nice thing to do is to fold. I know. I mean, I fold. I mean, I know how much equity I have. I can call, and then I can just play perfectly post. You know, it's a weird, but it was my mistake, and I would normally just call.
Very weird situation there, and you can see the toll this long day has taken on these players. A very rare mistake from Moreno, mistaking the size of the blinds there, thinking that the big blind was 300,000. Clearly wanted to raise to 750,000, and a mistake there from Pkwy, also thinking that was an all-in, and just opens his hand. So back to the action here, but very interesting situation.
Yeah,
that previous hand.
I see it in the chat, Johnny Vibes, and I actually agree with tournament floor Brian's ruling. So he was attempting to make it 750. It's not past the halfway mark, which would be the 900. So it's not forced to be a min raise to 1.2 million. It is closer in size to the just call, forcing the 600K to be put in play. Definitely a weird situation for sure, but Brian, this is not his first rodeo. He has floored tournaments all over the country. He does it here for his Champions Club. He is one of the best in the biz. So,
yeah, I said the intention was to raise, but that doesn't matter. Intention doesn't matter, and the floor's job is not to figure out what the intention was. What the action was not enough for a raise, and that is the correct ruling.
Yeah.
Seven 4 gets there, but nobody connecting here. Vasquez checking his 5 deuce that he defended out of the big blind. It was suited, but no suits for him. Moreno, top pair.
50.
We are reaching the conclusion of this tournament. We are in the final stretch, surely getting closer to a heads-up battle here. Pkwy is still the clear shorty of the table with 6.174 million in the stack.
I mean,
and Amo from Austin getting lots of love from everybody, including Skull Mike and the Lodge crew. Shout out to you guys for joining us here tonight. Love to have you in here. Love your streams as well. Always good for the big streams to support each other, especially in the Lone Star State.
But you also made a mistake. Showed your cards. I don't know. Weird spot. I like you. Plus, I just think it's the right thing to do. I think that's the main thing.
What's the main thing?
Just to do the right thing. I think, you know, it was the right thing to do is just fold.
Well, those cards that Pkwy is peeling is probably not correct. It looks like the 6 of diamonds was exposed before the flop.
Oh, thank you.
So he'll have the deuce of diamonds and some other card, and it's not going to matter. He's going to get out of the way.
Vasquez definitely has Jack 8 of diamonds, though. That's good enough for a raise. Blind v blind, even though Moreno does have all the chips. Johnny Vibes talking about it in the chat. 175 hands deep and 11 hours of play, and that's just today. These players have been grinding for multiple days. Day 2 also ran pretty late yesterday. Started at 3 p.m., ran pretty deep into the eve. So
yeah, they were considering bagging up at 11 players at the end of the level, but they had just a couple people knock out right at the end of that level. So getting to 9, they were about to give up. Moreno did catch a little piece here and calls the C-bet from Vasquez with bottom pair. 4 of clubs not changing anything.
1.9.
1.9. Bet on 6.
Vasquez not making it cheap here with this turn bet, though. 1.9 million, almost a pot-sized bet. And Moreno with just bottom pair. Hard to make a pair heads up, obviously, but this is definitely putting the pressure on, and Moreno will use one of his time chips here to give this position some thought. Vasquez not incredibly incentivized to tangle with the big stack, with Pkwy having about 10 big blinds, and Moreno probably considering that as well. And the pressure works out. Vasquez with the very aggressive play, picking up a nice pot here and chipping into Moreno's stack a little bit.
1.55.
Big hand in the small blind for Moreno. Ace-10, a monster, heads up here. Makes it 1.55, and Pkwy looking down at an ace of his own.
Pkwy shoves, and Moreno makes the snap call here. Ace-10 versus Ace-Deuce. May I remind you of another time where we saw Ace-10 versus Ace-Deuce all in on this final table? That was Pkwy versus his good friend Danilo. And we know what happened to the Ace-10. Let's see if Ace-Deuce can find a way for the second time tonight. Wouldn't be the craziest thing that we've seen. And as we go all in, that's a pretty brutal flop for the Ace-Deuce. Amo in great shape to hold to knock out Pkwy. Board pairing Jack. It's going to take one of 3 deuces in the deck to do it.
A king would be a chop.
It's a deuce. Spikes the deuce on the river. Ace-Deuce cracks Ace-10 for the second time tonight. And Pkwy survives.
Wow, and with that double up, these chip stacks are all going to be very close now. Moreno, the big stack, doubles the small stack. And Vasquez becomes the chip leader once again, but it's very close between Vasquez and Moreno, and now Pkwy not too far behind at about 12 million chips.
Oh yeah, I didn't see those. Yep, sorry. Yep, good.
Chat is loving this double up from Vlad.
Well, you know, sort of, unless you're Skull Mike. I'd be disappointed in that one too. We've seen some crazy stuff this FT, you guys. I'm really not kidding. Everybody advertises their FTs as crazy action or whatnot, but I mean, really, check out all the major inflection points from this tournament final table. There have been some ridiculous suck-outs, sucks and then resucks. It's been everything. We've had all of it.
It's been fun to watch. Cannot argue with that.
I'm sorry, I just want to get oriented real quick.
Orange? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Things are changing, so.
Moreno wants to get a handle on this new dynamic here, getting a look at all the chip stacks before he looks at his cards.
You're good.
Gets out of the way. Suited 10 here for Pkwy.
1.4.
1.4, going.
Call.
Call 1.4.
Vasquez flops the best of this one. Hits bottom pair. Check, check, and the tray of clubs changes nothing.
$2.6.
Pkwy putting on the pressure here. Bets 2.6, about 2/3 the size of the pot. Vasquez does have the best hand here with bottom pair, but doesn't really want to give any more chips to Pkwy at this point. He does find the call, though. And now Pkwy is going to need a 10. 6 is no good for him.
10 ball would save him. Maybe he can find a certain run out to bluff on as well. Awaiting the river, King of Hearts.
Front door hearts do get there, and obviously another overcard. This could be a good card for Pkwy. I do believe he opened this one pre-flop.
Pkwy checking it here.
Giving up.
Check, check. Vasquez wins. And he has a commanding chip lead.
Up to 21.6, almost half the chips in play. There are about 46 million total chips in this tournament. Pkwy down to about 13 big blinds now, and he finds 7s on the button.
Well, Pkwy with a very shovable hand here, 3-handed and a pair. Ship the cheddar, all in for Pkwy. All in. Moreno evaluating his options with his cards, but he will make the fold, and Pkwy takes down the blinds. Critical at this stage of the tournament. Moreno finding himself in an awkward position as the man in the middle between Vasquez and Pkwy. 3 very clear separation of tiers between these players now.
Queen 10-0, might have just showed you the best hand in full.
Vasquez 21 mil, Moreno 15, Pkwy just about 9.2.
Blind v blind. Moreno with Jack 5. Gonna raise it up here to 1.4. And he'll have Vlad dominated if Shovkovy makes the call at 9-5.
Shovkovy puts the chips in the middle. He will be calling.
And he's going to need another miracle here to catch up.
9-ball will need to be on the flop for Shovkovy if he wants an easy road out, and he does. He hits a 9. Moreno with some critical backdoor draws, though. Jack of hearts in his hand. Backdoor straight draw, 1 over. Shovkovy with a short-ish stack. Let's see how this plays out.
950.
950 thou is the bet. And if you're Shovkovy and you're this short, less than 20 bigs, middle pair, lots of draws on there, you might just get it over with and get it all in.
Shovkovy completely out of time bank chips. He has to make these decisions relatively quickly. They only have 30 seconds post-flop. He does find the call here, and 5.4 million in this pot now. Deuce of clubs, a meaningless card.
The brick to end all bricks on the turn. Moreno taking a look back at his cards. Sees that he does have the Jack of hearts. Very relevant card to this discussion here. Blocks all the biggest draws possible. Not literally, but you get what I mean, guys. Very relevant card.
1.95.
This board, 1.9 million from Andrew Moreno. He's not making any bets that commit his stack, but he is continuing to apply pressure. And this is pressure that Shovkovy is not going to back down from. When he's this short and he has second pair, don't know if he can ever fold.
Oh.
And Shovkovy gets it over with, jams it all in there. Moreno cannot call it, and Shovkovy wins a critical pot for his tournament life.
Wow, and with that, he takes the second spot from Moreno. Chips all very close again now. Moreno at 11 million, Shovkovy 13.5, and Vasquez, the clear leader here at 21.3. The tables have turned. Moreno was riding that big stack for almost the entire final table.
You can see on here we have another Poker Open coming. This one after the Fall Poker Open. That's still happening, don't you forget. But the Winter Poker Open, details coming soon. Another $1 million guaranteed main event will be hitting the felt. We will be running that sometime, likely in January, usually when we like to do it. But we'll keep you updated if it's any earlier than that, January or February, usually. Winter Poker Open time for us.
Take a break one.
A walk for Vasquez. Not much to defend there for either of the other players.
Beautiful.
What are you playing roughly? You got like
7 and 7. Fortune.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Austin.
Austin. Next month it's WPT, right?
I don't know when it is. I know they're having one.
It's in October.
October, right?
1100.
The next week is Dallas, right? The 1 million, you think so, right?
You mean the week after this?
Yeah.
It's basically this week. This week. Sorry.
An ace on the button for Shovkovy.
All in?
Ace 9, and he ships it all in. Shovkovy with the rip. Gonna get the folds out of Moreno and Vasquez.
It's yours. You give me 300, I give you 300.
No,
Even.
thank you for calling the
Even.
club.
Yeah. You have more time banks, right?
0. We're kind of even right now, right? In chips. I have 15-5.
Wait, 1.2?
King 4 on the button for Vasquez, and he opens this one up. 1.2 million. Moreno looking down at a queen in the small blind. Three-handed play. Any face card is going to look pretty good, but the queen 6 gets out of the way, and queen 5 for Pkwy.
10-3.
You wanna reduce the variance and discuss something or no? After this hand? Just, just ask. Do you wanna discuss anything? I'm not saying like ICM chop or something, but we can change the payouts or something if you're interested.
I mean, if we still play it out, I'd be interested, but
This is the first talk we've had of any kind of deal or chop.
Lock.
yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Can you stop the clock?
Yeah.
It sounds like we are going to pause the clock for them to talk about that. We will be cutting this out, so don't worry, folks. You're not going to have to wait around while they
just look at
do
it.
their internal discussions.
Yeah.
Taking a look at what the payouts were before this talk here. 82K for third, 182 for first. And coming back here to play, blinds are still the same, and they have discussed and come up with a deal here, and I will change the payouts in our chat to reflect that, but I'll just let you know what they decided to do. Vasquez with the chip lead right now is going to lock up 134,588.
900.
Pkwy in second place in chips right now is going to lock up 120,154, and Moreno locks up 109,128. There's 30,000 left in the prize pool after that. First place and the trophy is going to go to whoever wins. Sorry, that 30K and the trophy is going to go to whoever wins the tournament. So anybody still has the chance to win the most money, but Vasquez has locked up 134,000.
Just as a reminder, that discussion has already happened here, folks. So players are going to play on. The show is not over. They are still going to fight for all of it. Just a matter of reducing some variance. That's why pros consider chops. Andrew Moreno makes Broadway on this river. And this is going to get ugly for Vasquez. He's got kings and sevens on this run out. This has been a sneaky but devastating pot brewing here. No flush is completed either, so I don't see how Vasquez gets away for anything less than all of Andrew Moreno's chips. I think Moreno's going to double here. 4.5 million is Vasquez's asking price. Moreno doesn't even have twice that in his stack, and he will be going for all of it with the absolute stones.
All in.
Andrew Moreno asks for all of it. He goes all in. Quick call from Joel Vasquez, and Andrew Moreno doubles up right after the deal is made and returns to the chip lead. 20 million in his stack now.
Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8,400,000.
I didn't actually see him call.
Yeah.
All right, we did original numbers.
How it always goes when you make a deal.
And I don't super care. I really want to win.
Moreno does still have the chance to win the most money even after the deal. Could end up with 139,000 plus the trophy.
Second place doesn't get any bigger piece of the pot, folks. They're going to get what they're guaranteed and nothing else. So whoever wins this tournament will be receiving the largest share of the prize pool, as it should be, I would say. I think that's precisely why they structured those numbers that way. Winner will be taking home the lion's share of the prize. And most importantly, that gorgeous trophy right there. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you have to play it out for that thing. Look at that. Beautiful obelisk.
A testament to these poker players' skills here. Everybody here tonight has played well and ran pretty decently as well, you gotta say. Pkwy and Vasquez have flipped places on the leaderboard. Moreno has returned to the pinnacle.
All in.
Moreno with Queen 9 suited is going to get all the chips in the middle over Pkwy's open with the same hand. Pkwy forced to fold by the chip leader aggression. I mean, you can see it on display right there. 100% agree, Patrick. What a sick trophy. Just because of how unique it is, right? Very cool design. Handmade by one of our vendors, too. They've made plenty of these things for us. Whoever designed this thing needs a raise, in my opinion. I'm sure they've already gotten it, though, so.
I think I deserve a raise now. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, I mean, hey, listen, that sounds good to me, too, but not my place. Our place is here in these seats, watching these titans of poker duke it out on the field. Andrew Moreno picks up 95. Not much of a hand, but he do have all the chips. We'll see if he wants to get aggressive with it, but it's not good enough. He will fold. Just stacks the chips on top of Pkwy's tower. See a comment from Smudge in the chat. That is how deals work, my friend. You make a deal based on who has the chips at what point the discussions are taking place. He who has the chips has the bargaining power, and they all came to an agreement beforehand. All players must agree to any deal proposed at the poker table. Any objections means the deal is a no-go. So all three players were happy with this outcome, regardless of what happens here. And all of them want to play for the trophy.
And all of them are in the middle from Moreno here. Queen Jack suited. Gonna rip enough to get the other two players all in.
Pkwy peels an ace, but it's not good enough. And Vasquez is going to look down at King 9 suited. That might just be enough for less than 20 bigs. And in this configuration here, three-handed. Certainly on a deeper, higher number of players setup, you'd think the answer is no, but King 9's close, especially suited. And he puts it in the middle. You can see it right there. Vasquez calls, and he is in the lead.
He has a chance to get right back up on top where he was just a couple of hands ago.
Probably the best hand.
Moreno at risk here.
Can Vasquez run as good as he has all night? All in and at risk, like, feels like 10 times tonight. And he gets an ace-high flop with the king-9. Good so far for him. If he holds, he will cripple Andrew Moreno's stack deep into this ball game. Queen or a jack one time to send Vasquez home. But the alligator blood runs fresh with Joel Vasquez, and he now has the chip lead.
Basically swap stacks again. Vasquez will now have about 24 million. Moreno just under 10 million after that one.
Chosen one. He's the chosen one. I mean, it's tournament poker, you know?
Should have been.
Shout out John Moreno. Still been in the chat this whole time, supporting his boy, Amo. We love Amo here. We're glad he came up to our series to play these tournaments, especially the main. That's what he wanted to get here for.
To play on the turn.
Yeah.
And it was a great turnout. These three players outlasted 767 entries into this tournament.
I was one of them, for what it's worth. I tried. I really did.
Weren't you two of them?
Yeah, well, we don't talk about that. I was two of them. But hey, I made day 2, so it makes
That's
it worth
true.
it, right?
A deep run, cashed 44th place. Not bad at all.
Yeah, got a chance to play with all of these crushers here, except for Amo. Never had him on my table, but played some hands to Pkwy, played a couple hands with Vasquez, actually on day 1, so...
Pkwy getting them all in here with Queen 9 suited on the button, and Vasquez with another king high hand, another favorite, but with Moreno behind him, he decides to get out of the way, and it's going to be a raise and take for Pkwy.
Question in the chat for Peyton Rushing, who won our high roller tournament. That would be none other than Callie. Callie took down the high roller for just about $39,000 for first place. Not a bad payday at all. They won that today while this tournament was still ongoing.
Congratulations to Callie.
Yeah, one of the sickest final tables I've ever had the chance to watch, and I'm a poker nerd. I've watched a couple of these things, we'll call it, and this has been pretty sick all the way through.
For sure.
Vasquez peeling ace 10 with all the chips is going to raise. 1.2 is the price of poker.
A min click, and Pkwy with a queen high.
Today.
Looks like he's going to flip in the call. We'll see a flop.
Honestly, it was the only reason I was thinking to do the deal. It's just been like, it's fucking crazy. Just every hand, somebody's like coming from behind.
Queen King high board. Pkwy outflopping Vasquez, but a jack on the turn or river would be a disaster for Vladislav Pkwy.
Yeah, running clubs also an opportunity for Vasquez. He is going to come with the C-bet that's pretty large here, 1.5 it looks like.
Favorable board for his range, but favorable board for the hand of Vladislav Pkwy, born in Kyiv, Ukraine. Cut his teeth in Houston. Local here, plays a bunch of tournaments. A pro, if you couldn't tell. Very good at what he does.
Most certainly. He does make the call here with the better hand. 6.3 in the middle now. And the ace on the turn gives Vasquez the lead back.
Pkwy going to check here. Gin, turn card for Vasquez, three-handed as well. And interesting, Vasquez going to disguise the strength of his hand, check it back. Like it, and love the river. He makes Broadway both ways. Would have had it with no ace on the turn. Definitely has it on this river, though. 4 to a straight.
Can he get any more value out of Vlad here on this hand?
Vlad says no so far. Starts with a check with third pair. And this is a good board and run out for Vasquez to bet at. Shovkovyi, though, not sure if his hand is even good enough to turn into the bluff catching bucket, depending on how big Vasquez shives up. And he sizes up big. I think I just heard 7 mil in the middle. Yeah, 7 million is the bet. Polar sizing here for him. Shovkovyi knows this board is all Vasquez's range, and he will make the disciplined and correct fold.
And the rich get richer. Vasquez now with 27 million chips in his stack. 46 million total in play. He has over half the chips now.
Vasquez currently on a meteoric trajectory to the top. If he can go from 2 big blinds on an FT to winning the whole thing, that's a sick story.
That is pretty incredible.
Just goes to show you there is never a time to give up on your poker tournament life. You see it all the time. Players get short stacked, get tilted, get it all in, lose, blame the tournament gods, and move on. And to be fair, it's not likely that you win the tournament from 2 big blinds, don't get me wrong, but there's a reason that you have a chip and a chair. Vasquez, a testament to that story now.
Open for Moreno on the button here with ace-6. Shovkovyi with a very playable hand.
Yeah, relatively committal open as well from Moreno. I think if he gets jammed on, this is just going to be a call 3-handed. Shovkovyi calls, and now Vasquez. Well, you might get your wish in chat. I think it was, who said it? Someone said they wanted to see a flop raise. It was Peyton. Oh no, he folds. Dang it. I thought we were about to see our only flop 3 ways of this 3-handed battle.
That was probably your best chance of that. But heads up we go, and what a flop.
Shovkovyi flops Moreno dead to runner straight on the board. Ah, wow. Pretty sick.
Moreno does not bet this board, even though it should be good for his range here. He checks it, and now a deadly card. An ace peels off. Shovkovyi still with the nuts, and Moreno connecting here with top pair.
Just like Vasquez, Shovkovyi has made the nuts both ways. Moreno with an ace in this heads-up pot between these 2 medium stacks. It's so hard to get away. Shovkovyi, chunky bet here.
Yeah, it goes huge. It might be enough that Moreno can get away from this hand. Almost a pot-sized bet. 3.1 million into 3.6 in the middle. Moreno taking advantage of having some of these time chips. Will use one.
Might use more than one here. This is a big spot. Worth taking your time for, figuring out the story Shovkovyi is telling. He did flat Moreno's raise from the button, so his raise has to be, or his range rather, has to be pretty strong given the 3-handed dynamics. Won't really usually just have pure junk here, so Moreno, take your time.
Finds the laydown. Wow. I think the size of that bet was just a little too big.
Moreno asking Pkwy for some info there. He made a hero fold, and he was right.
Professional.
Cool as a cucumber, Pkwy.
Good fold for me or bad fold for me? Doesn't matter.
I mean, I'll tell you right away.
I don't care. I'm gonna see it in fucking 30 minutes. I don't even care. I was willing to be wrong.
Moreno now down to less than 20.
Hold it.
Pkwy with a pair on the button is just going to ship it all in here.
The shove from Pkwy is likely to get some respect, jamming into the chip leader and into the stack of Amo.
Vasquez hits the muck.
This is 7.
And there's obviously an error on the chip counts here, as I see 6 million just in plaques in Moreno's stack there. So I'm seeing 6, 7, 8, 9, closer to 10 million than 7 million here. Pkwy with 2, 4, 6, 11, 12, 12-ish million. This stack probably closer to accurate. Moreno taking his time here. King Jack, 2 overcards, 2 Broadway cards. Definitely a big hand, 3-handed, but facing a shove. Does make the call for over 10 million in chips. Moreno and Pkwy relatively close in chip stack, closer than it looks like here, and it's basically a pure flip.
Let's spin the wheel for a chance to get it heads up for a trophy. Ace, 9, 10 on the board. Andrew Moreno can catch backdoor clubs, king, or a jack to stay alive. Can Amo catch the river?
A 10 or an ace now as well.
And the river card falls. The 8 of diamonds. Amo, Andrew Moreno, is eliminated in 3rd place. Pkwy, the Terminator, he's busted almost everybody in this tournament. And just like that, we are heads up between Pkwy and Vasquez for it all.
What a run there for Moreno. Andrew Moreno did make a deal when they got down to hand number 79. He'll be taking home $109,128. And now it's going to be heads up here between Pkwy and Vasquez. Relatively close in chips. Vasquez with the lead. Vasquez did take the better of that deal as well. Locked up $134K. And Pkwy guaranteed $120,000. Whoever wins this heads-up match will get an additional $30K. So the winner is going to get that trophy and the most money.
21,100. 100. 21,100,000.
Title bout now between Vasquez and Pkwy.
21.
No, he was. That's what he had.
Bet 21 million.
Yeah.
Okay, the bottom is the small blind. Black will be the big blind.
Heads up. What a story, Vasquez. From 2 big blinds to chip leader, heads up. Pkwy started this final table right in the middle of the pack with about 4 million chips. And he is now heads up for the title.
Normally they don't air primetime television at midnight, but we've made a rare exception just for you. Let's see how this all finishes up. Insane ride, no matter who takes home the top.
10.
And I think chip counts, not sure exactly where they're at. We'll get them verified, though, for any all-in. Trust me. That's the most important one of the tournament.
3.7.
3.7 raise from seat 4. Six folds. Small and big. Escondido.
So many outs.
Yeah.
Too much.
I said 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. When I got 7 players, I
you
had 2
didn't-
big blind. You remember?
I remember that very well. I don't think I can forget it.
Pkwy with the chip lead now and 2 kings.
Ten. 5.
1.7.
2.7.
1.7.
1.7. That's the bet from seat 4. It's folding.
Raise and take it for Pkwy.
Five. 4, 600.
A limp from Vasquez here with a suited 10-5.
Check.
We'll have Pkwy dominated here with 5-3. He's going to see the flop, though. Checks his option.
Play your first.
No 5 on board. It is a gutter ball for Pkwy and currently 10 high for Vasquez, which is in the lead.
Lod leads out. 800K.
Bets are incorrect here. Vasquez did not bet 800K. Pkwy with the lead and a call here from Vasquez. Taking a turn card, which is the 6 of clubs. Pkwy still with the same gutter ball. Vasquez with 10 high.
Gives up on the betting lead. Checks it over here, but Vasquez doesn't really have much to fire with either. He is going to, however, bet 2.1 million.
And Pkwy with a gutter ball that would likely seal the deal if he gets there. Might want to make this call. But he will make the fold. Vasquez regains a chip lead, I believe.
I think the chip counts are off. I believe Pkwy still has about 23 million here.
Okay.
Slight lead. Because those numbers do not add up to 46 million.
That is true. Either player, though, can
Yes, very close.
very
obviously.
much win this tournament, and Pkwy doing us the favor of counting out those plaques in his stacks now. Looks like he's got about 12 million in plaques right there.
So 23 million, 24 million, right around there, 24.5.
Mm-hmm.
And a rare walk in heads-up play. Pkwy folding the 7-6. Chip stacks now look like they've been corrected after he nicely stacked that out. And look at this, ace-7 versus ace-7. And Vasquez just limps in here, setting the trap. And an open shove from Pkwy. Does have Vasquez covered here. It's going to be hard for Vasquez to call with ace-7. That's the kind of hand you want to be raising with. What a huge raise.
Heads up for all the chips. Sometimes any ace can be considered good enough, but weird spot here. Such a huge jam from Pkwy. It is for about 21 million because that is what is left over in the Vasquez stack.
And it appears that they've corrected Vlad's stack as well. After he stacked it out so nicely, he's going to take this one down and increase his lead just that much.
You heard that right, Demond Williams. This stream is still on, and it has been a very wowing stream for us here. There's been some crazy hands. In case you didn't see it, if you haven't watched the whole thing, Vasquez has spun the wheel, and it has landed good for him every time tonight. He went down to 2 big blinds after a pretty nasty pot, but since then he has been unkillable and has since rode the wave all the way up to the top. Started this heads-up battle with a very narrow chip lead, which Pkwy has since regained over the course of a couple of medium-sized pots.
Back-to-back ace-7s. He shipped it all in last time.
1.6.
1.6 million this time is Pkwy's raise.
And Vasquez with another playable hand here. Behind the ace-7, obviously, but I can't imagine him folding to a small raise here with 2 Broadway cards heads up. And we will see a flop.
And a 10 high flop here is going to be Gin for Vasquez. Top pair, good kicker. This is the nuts in heads up, basically. Hard to make a pair, real hard to make top pair. Pkwy with ace high.
1.6 from 4.
A bet of 1.6 is called.
4.4.
4.4.
And Pkwy's c-bet is raised. 4.4 milli is the new price of poker. Pkwy with ace high only. Backdoor straight draw available for him. Vlad will make the fold. It is the correct one.
Yeah, and he is not happy about that because he knows that means the chip lead is going back over to Vasquez.
Vasquez more than half the chips in play. Pkwy would be at risk. Any hand, he's all in now. Got some work to do, but ladies and gentlemen, this is anyone's game.
Yeah, pretty even in stacks. Blinds are going to be going up here, I believe, to 400, 800.
That game is $10. That game is also $10. All games are $10. That's right. Even the stream game is $10. For the month of July and August, all games will be $10 an hour all day, every day, all month long.
Any good? 8? Any pair? Can you call the service, please?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. But I'll... Can you ask for Blue Moon?
Blue Moon?
Blue Moon, Blue Moon.
Is Blue Moon a beer?
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'm more relaxed.
Yeah. But there is a reason for, a specific reason for
10?
Blue Moon.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you know.
You look the Mexican power, right?
Huh?
Mexican power.
The way you run today?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's
but bad run all days.
The most important is
The
to
most
run
important,
good.
yeah. The most important is today, right?
The most important spots you won.
Yeah. Just don't care when you're running good day one.
400, 800,000 blinds now, and still these players have about 30 big blinds each to play with.
200?
Such a great structure here at Champions.
1.5.
Chip stacks just about identical. Vasquez, the slight leader, and he's also the slight leader in this hand with 10-4 over Pkwy's 10-3.
For anyone questioning Romaine's comment in the chat here, Blue Moon is the beer of choice for tournament winners at Champions here. Specifically one of them, Sunny Sundara. Always has a Blue Moon with a couple of oranges in it. That's a special.
I'll take the over on a Blue Moon.
A Blue Moon, or 2 or 6. Who's counting them? These two players have battled all day for several days to get here. I believe both of these players got here through our main flights as well. Neither of them got in through their turbo ticket. They played all day through these brutal day ones, starting at noon, usually ending pretty late in the evening. At least 12 hours of play that day. Almost another 12 on day 2, and they have been in the ring today for a long time also.
And it's very possible that Vlad played multiple day ones. I heard him telling Moreno earlier that this is his 6th bullet, so
yeah,
it's possible he's put in 40 hours into this tournament.
Pkwy has been here a while. Vasquez peeling 9-7.
1.6?
1.6 million is the new price of poker here. Pkwy waking up with King 8. Plenty defendable. We'll make the call.
$4 million in the middle. And there's an 8 on board for Pkwy and an open ender for Vasquez.
Uh-oh. This is the kind of hand that cracks heads up bounce here, folks. A straight made by Vasquez would be pretty sneaky, especially if he gets there on the low end. Pkwy with top pair, good kicker. Very strong hand heads up. You might be used to dynamics of multi-way poker on these streams. A hand like King 8 for just decent top pair usually isn't worth all the chips, but in a heads-up scenario, that's not the case. It's basically the nuts.
1.5 million is the C bet. Let's see what Vlad does with this top pair. check
does
raise
a lot. Big raise. How much did he say, Dan?
4.5, I believe.
Yeah, that's a big check raise here.
4.9.
And Vasquez, with his two-way straight draw, definitely has some options to consider. Holding a 7 of clubs in his hand as well. Did Vasquez just say all in? He just did.
All in with the draw.
He ripped it, and Vladislav Shavkovyi now has a decision for his tournament life and is getting a count.
Each of those plaques is $1 million. Looking at about 17 million here, I believe.
13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23.
More than that.
Joel,
Obviously, it's all of Shavkovyi's stack. He wanted the count so he'd know how many chips he has left.
Yeah, and that also allows him to get by because he has no time extensions. Shavkovyi has to make this choice quickly because of his time bank situation. Top pair, good kicker. What do you do for all the chips? Is the question Shavkovyi's asked. And he calls. We have an
call, and it's
pot.
Almost certainly going to be a very short tournament at this point, no matter what happens. If Vasquez wins this one, it's over. If Shavkovyi wins it, Vasquez will be crippled.
How good does Joel Vasquez run? He has run pure tonight. Turn changing nothing. Shavkovyi needs to dodge just a couple of cards to survive, but he can't do it. The open-ender gets there, and Joel Vasquez from 2 big blinds to champion.
No, I don't.
What a run out, and what a story from, like you said, when we were 7-handed from 2 big blinds to all the chips in the tournament. Joel Vasquez, and what a run for Vlad as well. Coming in here right in the middle of the pack for the final table. Didn't have the biggest stack by any means. Played well, ran well, and ends up getting 2nd place. And the deal they made, Shavkovyi will be taking home $120,154. And Vasquez, after collecting the trophy and the extra $30K, will be taking home $164,000. What a tournament here. You can add 30K to Vasquez's number there on the screen.
Yeah, truly unbelievable run from Joel Vasquez. Huge shout out to him. He was aggressive all night, raising a bunch of these hands as played, got down to crumbs, and never gave up on his stack. And he walks away with the lion's share of the prize pool, $164,000. Add that to his Hendon Mob, along with the main event trophy. Great run from him.
What a great win. He only has 5 reported wins and a total of about 300K on Hendon Mob, so this is really going to jump his numbers up there. And a 6th win in a major tournament. What a great job.
Everybody here at this final table put up one heck of a show. Our final tablists again: Gillis, Fong, Martinez, Isaguirre, Monahan, Turov, Moreno, Shavkovyi, and Vasquez. They worked their tails off for this. Thank you so much to our players, of course. Without them, we couldn't do any of this. But it's Vasquez who's the king of the hill in the Summer Poker Open.
Indeed. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you for the likes, the subscribes, the notification bells. We're going to be back on here with a cash game tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Central. For Chris McCauley, this is Dan Fouts saying good night.
Good night.
Counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No 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 play your hand, play your hand. 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 That's how we roll. Rockets wheels, sky's the limit, I'm flying high. Poker bracelets, PLO, I'm touching the sky. World traveler, yeah, I'm on the go. And y'all are right beside me. That's how we roll. From the tournament lights to the clear blue skies. I'm chasing my dreams, yeah, I rise and I rise. I'm chasing my dreams, yeah, I rise and I rise. Every hand I play, every card that I see. Every hand I play, card I see. It's another step closer to truly being free. Rockets will, I'm the man with a plan. Bracelet on my wrist, travel cards in my hand. PLO beast, we'll travel with flow. And gallows ride with me, cause that's how we roll when we flying.